Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Hello, one and all. I just had to bid farewell to my little canine companion. Her family has come to take her back to their very lofty home. Mine is quite modest by comparison, but I do have lots of bacon strips, those bacon doggy treats that I believe is laced with some type of barbiturate that caused them to go cuckoo for Cuckoo Puffs. But anyway, she's quite spoiled for the time that she was here. How nice, I tell you. If it wasn't for the fact that sometimes I like to sleep in, I would have to consider getting a companion of my own, a little family member of my own. But my body tells me otherwise. My spirit says otherwise. Um, yeah, because I'm not a poop in the house kind of person. You have to do your business outside. Lord knows for the first few years of my life, that's what I used to do. So, yeah. Okay, so hello, Lydia, Ladybird, Donna Reese, Don Robinson Gales. Let me see. And who else do we have here? Connie Balmer, Angela One Love, um, Olivia Harris. Hi. Let's see, Elaine Parker, Leslie Millsap. Okay. Let me see here. I'm scrolling back. I'm scrolling back. Hi, Susie Q, Annie Bullard, Rick, Black Queen, Julia Rock, Legs, Rosa Roberts wants to say hi to a few people. I'm always glad to help. Okay. All right. So, hi, Maggie Howell. You were the first person on here. Happy Sunday to you, too. All right. So, let's get started then. Oh, you know what? All of that, and I could have, never mind. Let me get my slides up here. Thought I had them already. Oh, Sherry Ware, hello. That's okay, Sherry. Everything is late today. I had to bid farewell to my little canine companion, Gigi. That's her name, Gigi. I feel weird being a grown man saying Gigi. But yeah, she's so sweet. I'm gonna miss her. Just as sweet as she can be. Yes, she is. Just as sweet. And now for about a good week, every time I try to stand up in the chair, I'm gonna have to turn to see if I'm not gonna roll into her or something. Or when I get out of bed, I have to look to make sure that she's not there, waiting for my big crusty foot to come down on her. So anyway, she's very sweet, and I am gonna miss her. Yes, I am. I'm just gonna miss her so much. I sure will. I'm gonna miss her. Ah, I am going to miss her. Oh, look at her. She just adores me, and I love her. So, anyway, what was I talking about, huh? Oh man. Anyway, yeah, I didn't want to get disrupted by her family coming to get her, so I just said, well, let me just push things down the line a bit, and I'll just come on later. Thank you all for your patience. So, Harry has a new friend. I'll tell you about that guy very soon, but in the meantime, we're going to talk about Charles and Camilla, William and Kate, and of course, as always, Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. So, um, I know. How about that shade, huh? Okay. Oh my goodness. Denise Marcus has had, let me see, ate dinner, collard greens with some ham hocks, roast, butter beans, homemade cornbread, pecan pie. Let me see, just what is the IS? The I'm sorry, I missed that one. I'll listen and rub my belly. and laugh it off. I hope so, Denise Marcus. Well, I do have a little shade that might bring humor into the situation. I hope so. It's the only way I can deal with these petty royals over there in Narnia. Let me see. Oh, that's what I'm sorry. That's what I was trying to do there. Thanks, Baron, for taking care of the cute dog. You are a great human. Oh, thank you. You know what? It was my pleasure. Now they said, "Would you like to keep her longer?" I said, you know what? You know what? Not this time, but maybe next time. Maybe next time. But yeah, she's sweet. Oh man, it was just like having sunshine running all over the house. Um, well, and she's getting a little longer too, so she's not very I guess active as she used to be, but she's still very sweet. Okay. Let me see here. Go to the next one there. So, once again, you guys, don't forget the NHS is making an urgent call for blood donors from the Black community, demands for donations to help treat sickle cell, which disproportionately affects people of African and Caribbean heritage, has risen by 67%. And since the Queen died last month, I didn't get a chance to push the sickle cell awareness until now. So, anyway, I'm going to make up for lost time. So, maybe a couple more times I'll put that reminder out there and I'll ask you again if you cannot donate yourself, but you happen to be a person from the Caribbean or perhaps African descent, please make sure that you donate some blood. If not, make sure you ask someone who may have the opportunity to do it. Perhaps you can go with them just to make sure that it's done and make a lunch date out of it or something. But it will help a lot of people. And also, as it is October, it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And also, October is Black History Month in the United Kingdom. So there's all those things going on. And of course, Liz Truss' birthday is coming up. Did you guys know that? Yes, Liz Truss has a birthday this month, and I intend to find some kind of pagan ritualistic way to celebrate. Yes, I'll find some kind of pagan ritual to pay homage to her on her birthday. I mean, any typical celebration won't do, so you have to find some kind of weird and wacky way. I mean, after all, she's from another time and place. Um, oh man, I'm just kidding. I don't know the first thing about paganism, but if there's any way that I can be sensitive enough to help her celebrate her birthday on Halloween, I will. Yes, you guys didn't know Halloween is her birthday? I am so kidding. I don't know what her birthday is, but I'm sure it's not Halloween. There's like a 1 in a 365 chance that her birthday is Halloween. So I don't know when her birthday is. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. But she seems as though she would celebrate Halloween as a birthday. All right. Let me see here. And of course, you guys, I couldn't think of the name the other day. And you guys said, no, it's peace, peace. So there's peace. Looks like peace yesterday, maybe. My mission is accomplished for today. I have donated my special RO blood, and someone with sickle cell will be the recipient. See how nice that works out? See how nice that works out? See how easy it is? She is going to help someone with her donation. So, anyway, I love Peace because Peace is the one that appeared on British television. I think it was ITV, maybe, or was it Sky? Anyway, she was doing a news segment about making donations for sickle cell, and she just so happened to wear her Sussex T-shirt, Team Sussex, Sussex Squad, whatever it was. But I got such a kick out of that. I'm just like, Look at her. She's wearing the Sussex squad t-shirt. So yeah, she is like she has a black belt in squatties. So she's like the highest of the squatties you could be. She has taken the battle to the one of the news agencies. So in a very discreet way, she did that. So you can't help but love her for that. So that is very cool. Uh, Let me see here. Let me go to the next one. Archetypes. Don't forget to watch Archetypes. Don't forget to rate Archetypes. Now, the strangest thing is that one of the squaddies said that when she tried to rate Archetypes, um, when she got to the fifth star, that it kept flipping back to only 4 stars. And then just to test to make sure that there wasn't anything unusual about it, she went to another one. Maybe some of you all saw that on maybe TikTok or Twitter or Instagram. But when she went back to try to do it on another program on Spotify, it worked. She was able to do the 5 stars, but she couldn't 5 star Archetypes. Now, I don't know what that means. I don't know if that was just an anomaly or something like that. So, yeah, Ladybird, that's what I mean. She tried to click the 5th star and it kept popping back to the 4th star. I don't believe she went through like the entire order, but when she did the 5th star, it would not give the solid click. It was the hollow star, but the other ones were all full. And so then she tried to, do it again and it just wasn't working. So let me see. What? What? I wonder what's going on with that. Elsa, thanks for telling me that. I thought it was, let me see, rate 5th star only for Archetypes on my iPad device. Yeah. Maybe I mean, I hate to think there's something nefarious going on. I'm trying to, protect my health, my mental health, and everybody else's. And so I try not to find a conspiracy theory where there isn't one. But that is rather strange, right? Don't you think? Okay. So, and by the way, thank you so much for that, Elsa. Margarita Maxwell says, "Hi, Baron. I was able to rate a 5th star. The first episode I have tried with subsequent episodes, and the stars were full." Okay, now that's what I was wondering. Do you have to watch every? And you know what? I was watching Archetypes on my PC, and so I have to go back and do it on my phone to make sure that I can. Well, you know what? Why don't I just try it right now? Because I do have to do that. So let me see if I can make that happen. Um, all right. So I am here and I am going to those 3 dots, right? Oh, wait. Is that how you rate? Where is the rating? Because see, I know before I went to the 3 dots to rate, and so I see download, Marcus played, go to podcast, add to playlist. I wonder, you know what? Growing up in Los Angeles. All right, now this is what happened. I think I have 2 Spotify accounts. I may have 2 accounts for some reason. Or am I not logged into this one? Because this one doesn't even give me an opportunity to rate it. So, well, you know what, you guys, I won't waste time doing that right now, but I will sort this out later. And let's just keep an eye on that to make sure that we're able to do that 5th star when we are trying to rate. Okay, let's make sure we do those 5th stars. Okay, I'm looking. Let me see. Right? Right, Lydia? What's up with that? Yep, what is up with that? Kanitha Ash, hello. Okay, let me see, I have just tried. I have 5 stars. Excellent. Well, you know what, guys? Thank you guys for rating, you guys who have been able to do that. And for those of us who haven't or listened and neglected to do it because we just kind of forgot, let's make sure we do that because we have to make archetypes number one. You know, it is hard for me to say number one without going into Gladys Knight. I'm fighting it. I'm fighting it. Okay, I won't do it. But every time I say number one, I always think, you're number one in my book. You're number one. Do me a favor. Won't you say what's on your mind? Oh, I may not have the answers, but I can make it easier to find. All right, don't get me started. I got to stop saying number one because it makes me go into Gladys, and I got work to do. You're number one. All right. Archetypes and Ving, right? So, um, as you know, our Duchess has what do you call it? Has partnered with Ving, which is a way to inspire entrepreneurism amongst the young, right? And so, as you know, the young are the hope for the future, not just where the Sussex squad is concerned, not just for politics, but just about everything in society. It's amazing how the young people always seem to inspire change, right? And sometimes, as an older person, we get nervous about that change, but they are the ones that will inherit this earth. This is going to be theirs, and they'll have a chance to make of it what they will. So don't get nervous. Get out the way. Let them do what they need to do. Because when you think about how young some of the signatories were to the Declaration of Independence, it lets you know that sometimes those radical changes are necessary, which of course reminds me of Iran right now. But I'll talk about that later. So anyway, I want to show you this. So this guy right here, welcome to the Ving family. Zach, we're so glad you spoke up to give a Ving and do this for your friend. Tune in at the end of the week to see Zach's Ving surprise. And of course, hashtag Ving Project. All right, so I don't have the actual video, but via my microphone, as per usual, I'm going to let you take a listen to his words because he is going to tell you what he's planning to do. And then after the fact, let me see. Uh, ooh, really? Now, someone just said, uh, uh, okay. All right. So, all right. That's from a time ago. All right. All right, I thought that was a new message, something new. So, I like to make sure that I'm up to date with stuff. Oh, really? All right. I want to share. Well, that has been something that I've. Well, let me see. Let me go ahead and grab that while I'm looking at it. Sorry, you guys. But it's something messy and shady, and you know I want in on it. So let me just go ahead and grab it while I see it here. Something messy and shady. Well, as you know what, it's not so messy and shady, but it does kind of coincide with something I said the other day. Note to self: please don't ever glance at Twitter while you're in the middle of work, because then you want to do something else. And let me see. Let me see. All right. So, all right, that's kind of shady. So I'll keep that. And what was the other one here? All right. So that's that. Oh no. Ooh. Oh my God. Pippa's looking different. I was gonna say bad, but I'm just gonna say different from now. You guys, give me a second. Let me grab these. This is kind of shady, and I want in on it. You know what? Those Middleton gals are not aging well. Is this too petty or what? But it's not like they're not in the public eye. So, and this, oh my God, what happened to her? Pippa used to, all right. You know what, you guys? No, I'm not gonna do this. This is too shady, and I will not be a party to this. Sorry, the cat's out the bag. All right, I won't say who's sharing this because I don't want to get them in trouble, but I will borrow the quote if it's okay with that person. All right. Mhm. All right, you guys, give me just a second. I'm being a little shady here, so I'm grabbing something ain't none of my business for the purposes of shade, and it's how I cope. You guys know that is how I cope. All right. All right. And then I go back over here. All right. So I'm going to play the sound. Oh, all right, Donna Reese, I got what I need. So I'm gonna play the sound for this video. I totally got sidetracked I saw something shady and I could not look the other way. So let me find him and you can hear what he had to say about this situation. Okay, go on, Zach. Tell the people.
Today, I'm just really excited because I nominated Emily Falley, who's a first-gen college student at USC, to receive a Ving of $1,000, and she got it. And today, I'm going to be delivering the Ving to her, and we're going to be doing it at her apartment, and then I'm going to present it to her. I'm really excited because I think philanthropy is just so important, and I'm honored to be a part of the Ving project, which I think is amazing, and it really is a great place to empower teens and inspire the next generation of givers.
Okay, and so here,
Today, I'm just
oh,
really
sorry about that. And so here you can see this is the project Archetypes with Meghan have just pledged $1 million. This initiative needs to be tweeted and reposted. This is amazing for young people to have mentors in their lives to say, here, I love you. Thank you for what you've done. I love it. Why am I getting goosebumps with that one? Why am I getting goosebumps? I love stuff like this. Love it. Love it. Love it. So I'm going to let you hear her reaction when she finds out that she has been nominated. It's very sweet. Let me see here. Oh, actually, did I save that one? Oh my gosh. Uh-oh. Did I save that one? I think I have her reaction here. Oh, I don't think I have the reaction. You know what, you guys? I don't have the reaction video. But anyway, I'll just tell you this. She said that she had no idea that her day was going to go in that direction. And that when she woke up, the day that I guess it was today maybe, that she received her check, it's a check for $1,000. And he, wanted to help her with this donation. So to give away $1 million, 1,000 at a time, this is going to touch so many people's lives. And I'm so glad that Archetypes is partnered with it. So I'm looking through the Ving right now. There's a bunch of these on here. They have been, oh, wow. If you guys get a chance, go onto the Ving project and just take a scroll through there at these people that are nominating other people. It is very inspiring. So, oh wow. So I'm going to do that later. Sorry, I didn't have the reaction prepared, but anyway, so you kind of get a general idea of how it all goes, and I'm excited for them. That is very, very cool. I like stuff like that. Although I have to tell you, sometimes when I see those videos where someone, goes up to the homeless person with the camera and everything, I for some reason that's not cool with me. But I like stuff like this. So okay, that was it for that. Let me move on, and I will show you the shady bits later. I will share the shade with you later if that's okay with you, if it's all the same to you. All right. And let me take a look at some of your reactions to that and then we'll move on. Oh, Donna Reese, you want to go there, don't you? Let me see. Pippa started to break down a while back. She looks bony and her Donna Reese, that's even shady for me. But I'll show you the picture in a minute. I'll show you the picture in a minute. But okay. Anyway, I was looking for a reaction in regards to the Ving project. Anybody? Okay. Denise Marcus says, as a kid, you don't have means to give a. Oh, I love that. As a kid, you don't have the means to give a gift, and this is such a great idea. Denise Marcus, you're making me emotional here. That is so true. That is so true. You may have the intentions, but you don't have the means to do it. Epic. Thank you so much for saying that. Okay. I'm looking for anybody else got something to say about the Ving? Okay. If they get an application from a Scamantha, they need to red marker for no. She is so money hungry. You're right about that one. You're right about that. She's going to get in on this one for sure. All right. Oh, soon, soon. I promise. Very soon. It is coming. Let me see here. Oh, Elaine Parker, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you for watching Royal Sussex. And happy Sunday to you. All right. So let's move on then. Now, in the spirit of generosity, thank you, Joan Garcia. Thank you so much for my Pike's Place roast with notes of cocoa and rich praline. So, I received a gift from one of the squad, and of course, Joan Garcia has been very kind to keep me supplied with my favorite coffees. So this was my gift from Joan Garcia. Thank you, Joan. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting Royal Sussex. Thank you. All right. Look at me having a sip of my Java. Of course, that was back in 2018. All right. But I love that photo. I forgot where I was. I think I was in Scotland. For some reason, when I went to Scotland, I felt like I needed to wear that flat hat everywhere. It made me feel part of it. I do. I really do. Thank you so much. Okay. And it was more than one box, by the way. It's they give you two boxes for what I use. So thank you. All right, independent Scotland, independent Wales, independent United Kingdom. They are coming. This is going to be the undoing of that family. Once the leaks start, once the erosion starts to wear away at the monarchy, one of the reasons they will cite for leaving the United Kingdom is the fact that the monarchy just costs way too much. They are still living as though they are part of a greater empire, as opposed to just the remnants of a once massive sun never sets on the United Kingdom type of situation. Well, those days are long gone. And so now you have what, 66 million people. So what is it? 40 million people in California, and however many say in the state of Florida or New York or something like that. And yet, I think that the royal family's lifestyle is grand enough to be like, a country of 1 billion people, not a country of 66 million people. It just doesn't make sense anymore. But and I recall when I was at Troop in the Colors in 2018, I turned to someone standing next to me that I was engaged in conversation off and on. And I told him, I said, when the Queen goes, all of this goes too. And he, dismissed what I said. I will never forget that conversation because he seemed to be rather shaken by what I said. It was like that knee jerk reaction. Oh, that this is an institution that's been around for 1,000 years. Well, these are modern times, and this is like one of the last of its kind. And I just don't see a purpose for it. There is nothing that family is doing for Britain that other countries can't get by without having so much input from the crown. It's just the best example is just across the uh, what is it, the English Channel. The best example, you have France, a place where you had the kings of all kings, the Sun King Louis XIV, and somehow they are getting along just fine without him. um so what is the point of it? There isn't. There really isn't. So why would they maintain such a vast, I guess, institution, if you will, like the royal family? I don't really care that much because I don't live there. I only care about what happens to Harry and Meghan and to Lily and Archie. That is my concern. And since I know that the powers are gained from this, institution and its place in the world, then I'd rather not have the institution if it means that they will try to destroy the Sussexes. So if you ask me which stays and which goes, I say the institution goes. That's just how I feel about it. But there's always going to be some remnant of that family. It doesn't mean that it goes completely away, but the fact that the media is in bed with these people, that a government is in bed with these people, and so many other things I won't even get into at this time, such as arms sales and offshore accounts and stuff like that, things that are known issues with that family, then they need to just go away. Just shrink in prestige and get your hands off of people's money. So anyway, none of my business. um, by the way, thank you so much for the PayPal. I just received a PayPal from one of the squatties. I won't say the name, but I will give the initial D, as in that person, and Ara, because I'm kind of country sometimes. So instead of saying R, I just say Ara. But anyway, thank you so much for that. And thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Greatly appreciate it. All right. So moving on. This situation right here, and I promise you, I'll get to those things I just downloaded. I don't know how this happened, except people were mad as hell and they just weren't going to take it anymore. I mean, I know it was because of a headdress, and then I heard no, it was her pants were too tight under her garment. You know how they have the long top on, and they could see that she had on some pants that were just a little bit too form fitting. So anyway, the modesty police allegedly beat this woman and she died while in their custody. She collapsed to the floor, they say. And so the family says it was murder. And of course, the government says, oh no, she had a heart attack or something like that. And whatever the case is or is not, what has happened is it has ignited everyone to hit the streets. Now, I heard this statistic and I find it kind of hard to believe, but if it's true, they say that the majority of the people in Iran are under age 21. That, and I don't know how that could be possible. I can like under 40, under 30, but it's a very young population, a very young population, whether it was because of war or, because of the constant poverty or whatever, but they do have a young population and they don't want to live under all these restrictions anymore. Now, they had the Arab Spring about what, 10 years ago? Oh, maybe longer than that, but about 10 years ago. And that started because uh, the guy, I forget his name, but he was running a food stall and he had a scale. It was not a licensed business. And so one of the jackbooted thugs, Gestapo officials, took his scale, and without his scale, he could not make money. And he was so frustrated because he had a whole family, multiple generations that was being supported by his fruit stand and food scale. And they took that from him. And this guy was so frustrated, he literally set himself on fire. He went to the police station and set himself on fire. But the way that this government official made money was shaking down these street vendors. And that is where the Arab Spring started. And it went across the Arab world. It was suppressed and, they had a change in leadership and such, but very little change. Modernity uh, just doesn't reach as far into certain countries. So here you have Iran, where you have had a history of revolution and war, but you have this savvy young population that is sick of it. Do you hear me? Sick! They're sick of it. And so they were mad as hell and they just didn't want to take it anymore. And so the young lady that you see on the right side there, she, I mean, this is, she's dressed very emo, but this is Iran. This is what they have been suppressing. The idea that a kid could be a kid on the streets of Iran is unheard of. You have to look like some kind of Arab version of like the remember when people would dress like the Chairman Mao? Well, here you have to dress, in some modest way. Well, I mean, she's dyed her hair black. She's wearing black. She's got zippers all over her pants. There's like this underground um, culture there that barely has chance to breathe, and so you looking like this from any place but behind closed doors is asking for it. But this poor young lady, she was killed by the police. And then they told her family, they said, don't bury her um, someplace public. Go out of town and bury her. And her mother refused. So they stowed the body and buried it someplace else so that there would be no martyrs to rally around. But they don't have a lid on this. That's what's amazing is the picture on the right. For the first time in history, it finally happened. The police have actually joined in the movement. That's how big this is. The police are actively participating with the rest of the protesters. So at this point, you would have thought by now, because remember, this started, I think, like maybe before the Queen died. So it's been over a month and they haven't been able to contain it. They have killed people, but they haven't killed the spirit of the struggle. So look for a new government in Iran soon. Otherwise, there will be no peace. And who's leading this? Teenage girls. and college students, teenage girls and college students. And what really got me was the fact that they were able to hack into a television station and put their messages of protest, women, freedom, and something else is their motto or their mantra. And they were able to broadcast that themselves because, again, these are young, tech savvy people. So I'm feeling so optimistic right now, um, from the events that's happening. So anyway, glad for that. Thank you so much, Chinwe Obenwa. Thank you so much for the super sticker, and thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. Happy Sunday to you. And Bertha Stevens, you have a super chat. Baron, as I said earlier, I am home with Mr. C. Okay, I got that. But I know you will cheer me up. I sing in a church choir in New York. Come join us. We need tenors. Oh man, that would be exciting. That would be so exciting. Let me think about that, Bertha. I I uh I'm a little showy, but oh man, could you imagine? Could you imagine? Hey, Ethan's husband. All right, so I think that was all I had to say about that, but I just did not want to not recognize that this was happening because it's big. Now, one small step for Jay Z, one giant step for mankind. Jay Z has finally built up the courage to go back into an elevator. That poor guy has avoided high rise buildings, skyscrapers, and such because the last time he was in the elevator, somebody wore that behind out. But now with some therapy and given some time and and being a billionaire and everything, he has managed to gather enough courage to step inside the elevator. I mean, look at him. Ain't nobody kicking him and yanking him by his collar and putting him in a headlock and banging his head back and forth into the door. None of that stuff. He seems to be at peace. And look at him now. Still, though, he's back in the corner somewhere, and he's got his wife standing in front of him, so he ain't there all the way yet. But he's getting there. But yeah, the last time the last time I saw Jay Z in the elevator, he was being dragged around by his ankles and then slammed head first into the doors. And by the time the authorities got there, he had all the button marks because his face was pushed up against the buttons, right? So he had floor like 6 through 12 was pushed in on his face and everything, and on his forehead. So yeah, it was quite messy, but somehow just like falling off of a horse, they say you got to get right back up again. So somehow he has gotten the courage to get back into the elevator. At some point, they're going to, work on getting him out of the corner. But it's a good thing that there's a woman there with him to keep him safe. In case a nun or maybe a Girl Scout with some cookies or something get on the elevator, he'll probably pass out from fear. But at least he has someone there to keep him safe. Because could you imagine if he's on the elevator by himself, and let's say a Girl Scout comes on board with her boxes of cookies, he'd probably just soil his pants or something. So I'm glad. I'm happy for him. This is a big step, right? And he's going to be okay. He's wearing a crucifix for protection and everything, but he'll be all right. I have faith. He'll be all right. He's the getting back into the elevator was the first big step. Now we have to get him out of the corner, and then the really big step is to get him on that elevator by himself. So while his thighs are probably like steel from walking up all the steps and everything, he needs to. I mean, after all, he's a businessman. He's an entrepreneur. He's a artist. So he has to get out the corner of that elevator for his own good. Let me see. Hello, Janine Bell from Perth. Welcome to Royal Sussex. So glad you're here. Let me see. Yeah, gentle lady. It obviously was traumatic for him. I think it was traumatic. I mean, because the last time I saw him on the elevator, it was like I could hear the theme of Benny Hill, right? And while you're listening to that's that's the only way to watch it. You have to play Benny Hill and watch that beat down at the same time. Oh, it was hilarious. You have to play Benny Hill and then watch the beat down. I thought he was in the elevator with one of the Rockettes. I'm like, maybe that's Radio City Music Hall, and maybe she's practicing because all I saw was kick, 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 punch, kick. so, so if you're ever in New York, I tell you what, if you suspect the person in the elevator with you is a Rockette, then don't get on that elevator because she's practicing and you might haul off and get kicked or something like that. So, or the other thing that you can do is you can call for help.
Police! 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 Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police! Help!
Yeah, you could always call for help. But anyway, he's gonna be okay. His ego was a bit bruised that first time. Oh man. Yeah, it was a funny show, right? But I don't know, it's just that theme song. I love the theme song to Benny Hill. I just love the theme song. I could listen to that anytime, especially sometimes when I need to do something fast. It just plays in my head. Phyllis Johnson says Beyonce didn't protect him against what is it, Solange? That's her sister, right? So what makes you think if he's done something wrong? Phyllis, I'm pretty sure now if like let's say for instance the door is open and perhaps a nun steps on board, I'm pretty sure that Beyonce will protect him from a nun. I I can't speculate how that happened before, but I think that since they have an understanding now, she'll probably, she'll probably protect him or at least hire someone. Okay, so moving on. Um oh, but you know what? Before I get into that, let me share that shady stuff with you. Let me share the shade with you. So someone tweeted, I omitted the name of the Twitter account, and they want to convince the world that this girl has always loved people, right? That's what they're trying to get us to believe is that she's always loved people. Kate Middleton tends to opt for a small clutch which she can hold between her hands. You may have noticed that Kate Middleton tends to opt for a clutch. I just mentioned that the other day, that clutch is like a barrier for her. While the Queen's favors a small black lanyard handbag, Lana, whatever it is, both of which can be clutched in two hands, according to the Royal Insiders. The reason Kate does this is to avoid awkward encounters with people who may try to shake her hand. No, she has a tick. She has a bit of a tick. I mean, it's not that complicated. She has a tick. She has a tick that causes her to clam up in awkward situations, and then other times her hands are flailing about, doing that jazz hand thing. She has a tick. She has a tick, and her other tick is all the grinning. See, tick, 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 tick. That's part of her tick. So she has a tick where she has to clutch that handbag and keep both hands in front of her and clutching the bag. And then the other tick is all that hand stuff. And then some ticks are contagious because then William started doing it. It's contagious because then William started doing it. He wasn't doing it that much until he got with her, and now he can't keep his hands down. So it's a tick, and some ticks are contagious. So that's what it is that she has developed a bit of a tick. It's a coping mechanism. Like on those days when she's not going to get things done to her to enhance her appearance, when she's not doing that, because there's no evidence that she has had any enhancements. But okay, there's no written evidence that she's had any but anyway, she has a tick. Okay, she just has a bit of a tick, and that's all to it. So this thing about she does that to avoid awkward social situations. Do you know what an awkward social situation is? Her. She's the awkward social situation. Her mouth is askew. She has that tick. She won't stop grinning. And then she keeps clutching that handbag, both hands in the front. It just looks weird. She has a tick. That's all to it. She has a tick, a little nervous tick. Okay, then this is the other one. This is the reason why Kate Middleton always uses clutch bag. Looking at photos of the Duchess of Cambridge down through the years, it's clear that her mother, the mother of two, always has one accessory to hand. Well, you know what? She doesn't absolutely always have it, but I think those times that she doesn't use it is just before she goes away for 30, 60 to 90 days. Just before she goes away for 30, 60 to 90 days, then she has some kind of way to cope with her tick. She has something to help her cope with her tick. And so when she's coping with her tick, you can tell because she's always grinning and grinning. That means she's coping with her tick. But then when she goes away for 30, 60 to 90 days, then she comes back and she's holding that little clutch. So that's, I don't know why this is such a mystery. I'm telling you what's going on. Pippa and Kate were referred as the Wisteria Girls for their social climbing prowess. They made it right to the top, but behavior like this takes its toll. That's what I just said. A tick! A tick! That's the toll. The toll is a tick. That's the toll. She has a tick. I hope that doesn't come out the wrong way. But anyway, that's what the toll is. The toll gives her a tick. She has that weird tick. So, oh man. Um, Masa Kali, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. And happy Sunday to you. Oh, and by the way, thank you for being a member as well. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. V says she went to visit her uncle. V, you went there. And that's when she keeps the clutch close, huh? Okay, okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. So that's in between those times away from the public eye for 30, 60 to 90 days. I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Oh, you broke it up for that one. You really broke it up for that one. That turned the party. Thank you so much for saying what other people may have been thinking. And so anyway, yes, the years of social climbing and reaching for the top and trying to find their way has taken its toll. Oh, yes, it has. And so yeah, this is what I saw when I was going through the Twitter, and I just thought I would share with you in the interest of the public interest. I thought I would share that with you. Yeah. And then poor Pippa. Um, I don't know. Maybe it's something in the water in Buckleberry or Huckleberry, wherever they're from. Maybe it's something in the water, but all those years of planning and plotting and scheming and changing schools and all that kind of stuff, and maybe Uncle Gary, all those years have kind of caught up to him. So yeah, I know. I haven't done anything to these. This is how I found it on Twitter. So just thought I would share it with you for the sake of shade. The sake of public interest. Yeah, the sake of public interest. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share with you guys. And so now back over here. Um, Republic of Wales. All right, the Republic of Wales. They want to get rid of the title, the Prince of Wales. And one of the reasons that they are so aggravated, one of the latest reasons, is because of this: Prince of Wales siding with England football, Princess of Wales siding with England rugby. English people with Welsh titles, not ambassadors for Wales, not representatives of Wales. And it's just aggravating. It's just absolutely aggravating to them that they want to make this a big thing about a title. They want to have a investiture where they will officially proclaim it. I mean, not it, William. When they were proclaimed William, why did I say it? That's weird. But anyway, they want to come, uh, proclaim him as. Oh man, that was a slip. Oh well, they want to proclaim him as the Prince of Wales. But it hardly seems fair if you're supposed to be for all things Welsh, but yet you're cheering for the English teams. That is just aggravating to them. So, all right, so take a listen. Take a listen to Doolittle.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to take a moment to wish the Red Roses all the very best of luck for the Rugby World Cup in New Zealand. I had so much fun with you all at Twickenham earlier this year, and I cannot wait to see how you get on during the tournament. For many of the team, this will be the first World Cup you've played in. Congratulations on being selected for the squad. I know this will be a particularly proud moment in your career so far, and I hope you enjoy every minute. I was also delighted to hear that some of the winning squad from 2014 are back to help bring the cup home again. Good luck for the weeks ahead. I'll be setting my alarm clock early to cheer you on all the way.
Well, when she said that, people from Wales was actually listening, and they're just like, "Wait a minute, dearie, I thought you're supposed to be for Wales." And not only that, for some reason, I don't know why her head keeps. That's another tick I just picked up on, that her head keeps listing to the right side. Have you noticed that? And every time I look at her, then I start tilting my head. Like right now, I got my head laying over to the side. So this is why I'm saying something like that. You pick up on other people's tick. So she got the hands. She got the head listing to one side. And what's the other tick she has? Oh, and the grinning. But that's another tick. Like for instance, where is it at? Is it this one? Nope, not that one. Um, oh, I got one of them. Well, anyway, her head's always going to the left side for some reason. But yeah, so she has that little tick, and that one side, always list over to her right. So I just noticed that, and so every time I see her, I keep thinking of the RCA dog. What's his name? Nippy. I keep thinking of Nippy, the RCA dog, because his head kind of lists to one side. So, yeah, I'm just like, where have I seen that before? And then I thought about it. The Victor phone, the RCA Victor phone. That's where I saw that. So, yeah, it's just a little tick. Um, it's her way of coping with the life that she has right now. If only there was someone who married into that family that was a self-made woman and full of self-confidence and you know, understood how life works and how what expect, you know what I'm saying? Someone who's a born communicator. Oh, wait a minute, that's right. There was someone like that, but they ran her out of the family. Okay, never mind. There was someone like that, but they chased her out of the family and chased her out of the country, and still they can't stop thinking about her. So yeah. Anyway, um, good luck with the tick. And of course, I want to just remind you today that Royal Sussex is brought to you by Cambridge Co. The Royal No Lie Relaxer. The No Lie Royal Relaxer, rather. That's Cambridge Curl. That's who's sponsoring today. So if you want to give your hair a whirl, try Cambridge Curl. The No Lie Royal Relaxer. Cambridge Curl. Give your hair a whirl with Cambridge Curl. The No Lie Royal Relaxer. Cambridge Curl. So anyway, that's who's sponsoring today's Royal Sussex, Cambridge Girl. Lord Nappyhead, whose I guess whose ancestry is a bit of a question these days. Someone has accused him of trying to pass. Now, what is it about him that causes people to think he's trying to pass? I don't know. Is it because he always seems to side with that institution? Because he upholds the wealthy aristocrats? It's certainly not his appearance, because I'm telling you, I got people in my family look like that. Oh man. So yeah, he would fit right in. He would fit right in. It's like he could show up at any barbecue on the weekend, and people would be like, you know, talking to him and everything for a while before they say, "What side of the family you on?" Oh man. Okay. Cause for Wells to be referred as that right there that you see on the screen on the international stage. Simru. I think it's Simru. Whenever you see that CYMRU, that means Wells. That's for Wells. So, and then also don't forget the Welsh Council has voted unanimously to abolish the title of the Duke. I'm sorry, of the Prince of Wales, which is a slight to the people of Wales, and they just don't want to use that title anymore. It was not something they asked for. It was something that was imposed upon them hundreds of years ago, and they still are not interested in that title ever being used for the purposes of identifying the crown prince or the heir to the throne. They don't want them to use that anymore. So, hello, Ivy here. At least I think she is. I see people saying hello to Ivy. Is that what I see there? I think so. Anyway, hi Ivy. Welcome. Glad you're here. We did this one already. Why do I have this twice? Okay, we covered that. Now, this guy right here, I don't have a video for him. I do, but I can't play it because he's a recording artist. And so for that reason, I would get myself in trouble if I play the video. But anyway, this kid was at the concert that the Sussexes went to. And if you saw the video, you would hear him say that he was so excited about meeting Prince Harry. He said this was just like, all right, this tour that he's on is already a big deal for him. But one of the best parts of the tour was meeting Prince Harry. I mean, look at him. He is not just smiling, he's giving you the big grin. Like a little kid, he's excited to meet the Duke of Sussex. So I love that. And I wish I could share the video with you. It is from the Instagram. So if you guys want to see it, there is the Instagram right up there at the top is Thunderstorm Martis. That is oh, I'm sorry, not Marches, Thunderstorm Artist. There I go. Thunderstorm Artist. And the music that's playing in the video is a song of his, I suspect, called Stronger. So that's why I can't share uh, what he said with you, but it's not very long. But it was just very, very, very sweet to watch it. And yeah, so if you get a chance, make sure you go on and see that. And I'm even tempted to show you the video, but I would have to make sure the sound's not on, and I don't want to do that. So yeah, that was his big um thing on this tour is everything else. Plus he had a chance to meet Prince Harry. So PP, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. Happy Sunday to you. And thank you for being a member of Royal Sussex. Speaking of members, there was a member who had a bad exchange on the live chat the other day. And at first, they were going to discontinue Royal Sussex, and then they decided not to let a bad exchange in the chat, um, you know, pull them away from the channel. So anyway, person who decided to stay with us, I appreciate you staying. Anytime you have to protect your mental health, you have to protect yourself first. Don't worry, whenever you're ready to come back, we will be here for you. But always protect your mental health first. So there are some topics that I don't address deliberately because I have to protect my mental health. And so, you know, like the thing about the conversation the other day. I did mention it the other day, but I tell you, it's hard to watch, especially when you know what their when you suspect what their intentions are, where the Sussexes are concerned. So always protect your mental health first, because if you're, having a bad time, then you won't even be any use to yourself, let alone the squad or the Sussexes. So do protect your mental health. That is so, so important. All right, so right there, you can see finally back home. These past couple days have just been filled with so many blessings. I just feel like my cup is overflowing today. I can't believe that I gotten to perform with so many amazing, on so many amazing stages with amazing artists like Jack Johnson, Ben Harper, and my brother, what is that, Ron Artist the second? I think that is. And then having a new song on oh yeah, Grey's Anatomy. All right, so that's where I got that screenshot from. They played one of his songs on Grey's Anatomy, I think. Yeah. I think they played one of his songs, and that's why I know what he's performing is copyrighted. So I think it's Christian music, but it's also in the very folk music vein. So very talented guy. I mean, it's just like him and his guitar. But I listened to a couple of his tracks and I was super, super impressed with it. I can't help but thank God for giving me all these amazing opportunities. You better. You better. And over there on the right side, that's the video where he says, "I'm so excited about it as I was when and that's when he said when he met Prince Harry or something to that effect." So, Grey's Anatomy, there it is. His song "Stronger" was featured in an episode of Grey's Anatomy, season 19. Good God, they've been on for a while. And then, as you can see there, new music, Friday Christian. So that is a screenshot from the Spotify. So he's on Spotify. Anyway, very talented. Make sure you check him out. He has beautiful, beautiful music. Happy birthday, Mary Hiker. I didn't know it was Mary Hiker's birthday. All right, and there it is. Over 200 files on overseas trips made by Prince Charles, that is when he was Prince Charles, that were due to declassification have been censored from public view. The files stretch back to the 1970s and could shed light on the role Charles played in UK foreign policy during the end of the empire and the Cold War. Well, that means that Charles had been meddling for quite some time, allegedly. They have information about his travels. The scandal isn't just how much money has been spent for the purposes of his travels, but also exactly who are you meeting with when you're traveling. And I tell you guys, the FBI keeps a dossier on a lot of people. And the reason why they do that is not because they look at you as the enemy, but you may be subject to suggestion from the enemy. The FBI, the CIA, they keep files on a lot of people for a lot of reasons. And I promise you, I would not be surprised if either Charles or the people that he's been meeting with do not have files that are stuffed with information, because it has been said that between Charles and, of course, Andrew, and increasingly, I think that his future, the son, the future king, I believe that between the lot of them, that there's been all of these overseas trips. They keep heading back and forth to these other realms and kingdoms and such in a particular region of the world. And they're not just going there so that they can give their condolences because someone died, which is one of the excuses recently. But there is something else going on. There's something else going on. And oh, yeah, Lady Bird, do you want to talk about that one? You want to talk about that one? Him and his wife, Edwina, and that little kinky life that they had down in India, and the little kinky life. Yeah. Do we really want to talk about that one? I mean, I won't right now, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah. If you guys just want something interesting to do, start looking into Lord Louis Mountbatten's extracurricular activities, because there were many. There were many, and I do mean plenty of extracurricular activities. So, um, according to Notre Dame, according to the predictions, that Charles will be king for a short period of time, and then a man who never wanted to be king will be king. Now that could mean a lot of things. That could mean a handful of people. But I said some time ago, I didn't even know about that prediction of Notre Dame's, but I said some time ago that something is going to come up to shame that man away from the throne. And sometimes people will answer, "Oh, but he's been waiting his whole life, and he's, I don't care about that." There are some humiliations that are so big and so unforgivable, like I don't know, I guess hanging out with Nazis. Isn't that what happened to his uncle? There are some things that are just so terrible that you will have to step down. And so, I mean, they gave what was it, Edward the Seventh? Was that his name, Edward the Seventh? They gave him an ultimatum: either you give up Wallace or you give up the throne. He gave up the throne, right? So if somebody gives him an ultimatum and they say, "Oh man, here I go with the shade," and they say, "Charles, either you give up the throne or you give up Camilla," what do you think he's going to say? What do you think his reaction will be? Okay, maybe that's not a good example. Oh man, poor Camilla, because we already know what side he's going to come down on. So I'd have to try to find some other example besides Camilla, because even though he carries on like he just can't live without her, I would hate for her sake for it to come down to either you want the throne or you want Camilla. So yeah, that's not a good example. He would probably, you know what he would do. So yeah, That's not a good one. I'd have to think of something else. Nothing comes to mind at this time. Because for the sake of it, I don't think anybody in that family would be safe if the choice. I mean, not to be so hard on Camilla. I mean, let's take a good look at this outdated set of goods that's been pushed across the counter. Would you? You know what? That's a tough one. That is a tough one. Oh, you guys. I mean, she does have her qualities. I mean, she's got that um durable frame, right? And I would say she knows how to pick out something that'll last for at least 18 hours, but that doesn't seem to be the case. What about look at that grip? Look at that grip. She's like got a good strong grip on her, right? And then of course you got to pull her lip back and take a good look at her teeth. But oh man. Yeah. Well, I mean, let's say you're making a beer commercial, right? And you got this cart loaded with beer, and the last Clydesdale has just run away. Okay, too much, too much. But I'm just saying, if it came down to it, and you had a cart of beer, and you understand what I'm saying? And let's say the your last Clydesdale just called in sick, right? You know, you're waiting to move the beer, and all the Clydesdale have just called in sick, right? So what would you do? So if I was Charles, oh man, too much, too much. Yeah, I have been extra shady today. Well, I mean, like I say, it's just my way of coping. We don't hate anybody at Royal Sussex. None of the people in the squad, we don't hate anybody. We just have a little fun at their expense, but at least we're not driving them out of the country. You know what I mean? We're not driving them out the country. We're not subjecting them to the servants' quarters or worse. So, yeah. But yeah, that's all I'm saying is that if you're like one cart short of a Clydesdale. Oh man, if you ever find yourself one cart short of a Clydesdale, then that's who you want to be with. What's that, Black Queen? That's crazy. They just didn't want an American woman as queen. Their ancestor Henry VIII blew that moral code up in their face. Yeah, and just think how many things would be different if, for the sake of fulfilling your role as king, right? You would be able to, I guess, father a child from another relationship. I mean, some relationships, it's okay to have more than one partner. But yeah, that's the crazy thing. The church didn't want you to divorce, and they did not want you to have a child outside of your marriage. And so Henry VIII was just like, you know what? What if I just start my own church where divorce is okay? Now that's being a baller. So, um, was that commercial from the land of sky blue waters? From the land of sky blue waters. Is that the one with the Clydesdales? I think so. Yeah, I think that was the one with the Clydesdales. It would take Royal Sussex to have a conversation about the royal family, the Queen Consort, and Clydesdales all in the same breath. It would take Royal Sussex to do that. And then there's Lizzie. What was I going to say about Lizzie today? Oh, you know what? That's from yesterday. I need to get back over here. This right here. So, National Office of Duke of Edinburgh International Award, $600,000 has been raised. Excuse me, the Prince of Wales Foundation, $2.4 million. Well, you know what? I have to give Charles credit for one thing. At least he's been busy. Wherever the money has come from, at least he's been doing something. But as for his son, by the time Charles was 40, Charles had worked on many a project, but William is 40 years old and he has nothing, and I do mean nothing, to show for it. He has so little to show for his efforts where philanthropy is concerned. Very little. Raise $743,913. Spent almost 200,000. Salaries 72,000. Contracts 45,000. So that right there just shows you how much of the money is wasted during administration. Now, with Williams' Earth flop, one of the ways they wasted a lot of money was because they had some huge star-studded event that nobody knew about, like this one right here. Remember the night of about a handful of stars? See what I did there? Remember they used to have that show, Night of 100 Stars? Well, remember the night of about a handful of stars? The night of a couple of stars? That night when they had about 3 or 4 people. Let me see. Emma Thompson, Judi Dench, who thought she was on her way to a bar or something. And I forgot who else was there. But yeah, they had a handful of people there, right? And so for the event, was it Albert Hall? They hired out this big hall, right? They had all the security and all the fencing placed so that the hordes of people, the huddled humanity yearning to see somebody famous would be held back, right? They had all that they went through. Oh, they spent a lot of money for this big event. And then William showed up cosplaying the Mitchum roll-on deodorant bottle. Remember that? Right. So when they got there, the only thing is there was no crowd trying to watch people get in there. They were outnumbered by photographers, security, and a handful of stars that showed up in old clothes. Okay, so as I have pointed out so many times, and I get such a kick out of saying it, the only people that was observing this not a big event, was that little family that you see in the background of 4 people, a child. It looks like there's a child in the pram, and maybe, I don't know, a teenager, and the 2 parents. That's the only people that showed up. Where's the rest of the crowd? That's a good question. So they spent all that money on this event that nobody showed up for. So that is where the money has gone. They took in $7 million for that charity, and they've gone through more than half of it on BS. That's where the money has gone, a waste of money. So they need more Yankee dollars. And that is a story that they actually, let me get rid of this right here. That is a story that they ran today. And of all things, the New York Post, was it? Oh, yeah, the New York Post. As she draws up plans for mega charity, Meghan Markle is following a time-honored tradition among British royals. Go to America. That's where the money is. Well, all right there, I have a problem with this right-wing paper, right? Because the Duchess of Sussex is an American. She doesn't have to go to America. She is an American. The Duchess of Sussex has worked with Americans philanthropy before. This is something that she's done plenty of. This is not new to her. This may be new to William and Kate, but it's not new to the Duchess of Sussex. The Duchess of Sussex was doing this kind of work when she was a kid, marching protesting, raising money. It's not new to her, it's new to them. Anyway, while the stateside branches of the charities connected to the British royal family rake in millions every year from Americans enamored with the House of Windsor, they spend heavily on administration and travel and sometimes skimp on cause, according to a post review of their federal tax returns. Um, I'm going to just say this: the Sussexes get more value for their philanthropy than the rest of that family. And that's because they don't do it just for show. They're not in it just for show. They partner. They don't do as much in their own names. They partner with other agencies, like, for instance, Ving. Why waste a bunch of money starting something that already exists? And I think that that's where the Royals get it wrong. When they do partner with someone, they don't actively help them raise money. Their charities lose money when they are created as a patron. They usually lose money. Let me see. But yeah, so that's what they're trying to do. I'm going to say this is what they're trying to do is they're trying to create some type of equivalency between what the British royals are doing compared to the Montecito royals. They're trying to make this connection. I will say that I would trust anything that the Sussexes are involved in sooner than I would get involved with anything that the rest of that family would. So that's what they're trying to do. They are trying to hitch their wagon to the Sussexes. They're clout chasing. They're trying to create this false comparison as though Meghan and Harry are the ones that's following them instead of them actually following the Sussexes. Like when the Queen gave that generous donation, that unspecified amount for Ukraine. Was it Ukraine or was it for Afghanistan? I think it was Ukraine. But anyway, that's something that the Queen usually would not have done, right? But they only brought it up because they wanted to make sure that the royal family could look as generous as the Sussexes, which, of course, we know that the royal family only shows up and take. They don't usually give anything personally. They only deal with other people's money. The Sussexes actually have a foundation where they can give away their own money. Meghan has a Rolodex. They don't. She has it with her social security number, birth certificate for the staff. For the state if California. Right. Exactly, Denise Marcus. Meghan is true to it, not new to it. Okay. All right, let me see. Let me go to the next one here. Did I do that one? Americans donate big to British royal family. Yep, we did that. Oh, you know what? I'm done. I am done. All right, I am done, you guys. Oh man, Ivy, let me grab your link so I can share it with everyone. I'm gonna miss her. I'm gonna miss my companion. Anyway, you guys, I am done. Thank you all so much for coming. That was weird the way that cut off. I thought I had something else, but I do not. Let me make sure. Yeah, that was it. I was done. Seemed like I should have put that one earlier in the thing. Grifters, you got that right. They are grifters. They are grifters, and they only take. A little smile and a little wave. That's about it. But, you can't expect too much of them. Just a little smile and a little wave. Let me see here.
I'm sorry we can only come and give words and comfort, but we are thinking about you the whole time and we really care about what's going on. So
sometimes it's that's more than financial.
well, if we can give you the odd smile here and there, that's important. So, you know. I'm sorry we can only come and give words and comfort, but we are thinking about you the whole time and we really care about what's going on. So
sometimes it's that's more than financial.
well, if we can give you the odd smile here and there, that's important. So, you know.
Dan Hawkins says, Sussex squad. Yes, the Sussex squad raised more money on a part-time basis than the UK Royals, and all our, and all ours goes to the charity. Exactly, Diane Hawkins. You are so right. Given our very modest lives and the large amount of money that has been raised, I would say that I think we're doing pretty good. MLC says, oh, it's a super sticker. Thank you so much, MLC. Greatly appreciated. Thank you for watching Royal Sussex, and happy Sunday to you. Okay, you guys, I am going to get Ivy's link. Hey, V, you were on today too, right? I watched you. Was it yesterday or today? My days are running together. Oh, you know what, V? I put your link in the community tab. So if you guys want to see VS Speaks Royally, her link is in the community tab, her most recent video, I believe. And then, of course, as for hello, Ivy here. Let me grab that. Okay, Sussex Global UK. Let me grab your link. All right. Ivy will give you your life. Get down to the psychology of what this cult-like family is doing to people. And what they're doing to themselves, which is pretty bad too. But not only do they hurt themselves, but they go out and hurt other people with their twisted notions of raising children and such. All right, let me see. Pin it. Got it. Okay, so the latest Ivy, Sussex Global UK, is pinned to the top of the chat, and you can find VS Speaks Royally on the community tab. All right, I love when everything comes together. All right, thank you so much for those of you guys who stayed awake to watch Royal Sussex. I greatly appreciate it. Some of you all may be having dinner or something like that. Glad you all are here. Greatly appreciate it. Please do support these platforms. Terrell was on of Terrellism. He was on yesterday. I think he put up a video, and his videos are usually less than 20 minutes. So if you don't want to spend up to 3 hours listening to me go on and on and on about my time in Europe, you could always you can always try one of these other channels where they don't go on and on and on about the same stories again and again. So that's something that might work out for you. Yeah, I know, V, but that happens. It happens. I tend to sometimes I will go on and then I hit the mute button and then I forget, and but the thing is we want to support this community, because as the community grows, we get the Sussex's story out there, and there are people who have come to the Sussex squad because of what happened during the Queen's funeral, and because they don't trust the mainstream media. And so I think a lot of people got like a big boost of subscribers at that time, and rightly so, because they wanted to have an opportunity to go someplace where they can hear the unfiltered truth about the Sussexes, as opposed to like NBC, where they pull you in with all of the big headlines, and then next thing you know, they start talking about the Sussexes wanted their privacy and so on and so forth. Oh yes, was she on today, the Duke and I? Yes, as a matter of fact, I think I watched late last night. Oh, and Claire Kane was on today. So yeah, that Claire Kane was on, and so was my Duke and I. 3 hours ago. All right, I didn't watch this one. 3 hours ago, I did not watch her today. It must have been yesterday's that I watched. So there's my Duke and I. And let me get the Claire Kane. And let's make this community grow. Let's make this community grow. So the unfiltered truth about the Sussexes and their activities. Uh-oh. Pomsate. You guys, Pomsate just they're on. They have a 30-minute video just came on. Let me see who's over there. Church Nelly is there already. Church Nelly is over there already. I think they just I think it's just been uploaded. Okay, so Pomsate's podcast Sussex was also on today. So there you go, you guys. You got plenty to choose from. Okay. What? Really? Wait. Is it almost or did let me see. Uh let me take a look. Oh, okay. I see 27.9. I'm gonna go and check the analytics. But yeah, okay. I'm being a little technical, but you're right. It's just about there. Okay. Need like I think what is it? 62? Wait, 62, no. 70, no, not 72. 78? Well, okay, it's 918. So 27, 918. So almost there. Almost there. But yeah, I saw that earlier and I was just before midnight, Diane Hawkins, you're being optimistic, but we'll see. They've been coming in a little bit slower these days, but that's okay. As long as they're going in the right direction, I'm happy. Isn't that cool? Who would have ever thought 28,000 subscribers? I'm just blown away by that. It was just like maybe 18 or 19,000 a month ago. So a lot of those are the new, but that's what I mean is that with the way that things were going at the funeral, there's just a lot of people that were trying to, have a sense of what do you call it, truth, and they couldn't get it from the mainstream media. So they started looking for the Sussex Squad. Yep, without even knowing it, they found the Sussex Squad. But I tell you, for every person who subscribes to one of these platforms, there's so many hate channels that they encounter along the way. So, but yeah, thank you guys for liking, sharing, subscribing, etc. It really goes a long way to help. And yes, claim it. Chocolate Thunder will strip for subscribers. Yes, I'm not beyond putting on a little show to get some subscribers. Got to show a little skin sometimes. You got to show some skin to win. Okay. All right, Cookies and Cream, you're right. That will be our last word for the day. Cookies and Cream says, continue to pray for the Sussexes and each other. Pray for the world. Yes, and I tell you, those young girls in Iran, burning those headscarves and stuff like that. I don't know if I would have been that brave at their age, but I guess when you put somebody in a corner like that, you got them trapped in the corner and they don't have much to lose. Anything could happen. Anything can happen. So wow, who would have thought? But I hope so. I hope so because it's a shame that and I always say this, that I take so much of what is available for granted. compared to how some people in the world live, that just take it for granted. And I don't mean in a negative way, take it for granted, but I just expect to wake up and the electricity is on. I expect to go to the supermarket and there's food. I expect the elevator to work. I expect the stoplights to work. I expect everything to work the way it's supposed to. And some people, that's not a daily thing for them. That's something that comes and goes depending on whether or not the power is up or down or whatever. So um, I'm glad for them that they're fighting for their rights. All right, you guys. Cookies and Cream has given us our last word of the day. Sorry that I missed so many of your comments, you guys, but there has been a plenty. What's that, Diane Hawkins? Exactly, Baron. The Sussex is. I'm sorry, the Sussex hate. What is that? Charles III and clan insisted the media show at Liz's big plan planting, big planting, made it clear to casual bystanders something better was out there to get the truth. Exactly, and I tell you, it was so glaringly obvious, and they just didn't seem to care what the rest of the world was seeing. Like some kind of sociopath without conscience, they didn't care that the rest of the world was watching the Sussexes being mistreated. They turn on, well, not turn on, but let's say you go to YouTube, right? And you're watching maybe the coverage of the funeral, and then all of a sudden, there is hog-haired Piers Morgan. There's Sharon Osbourne trashing the Sussexes. Or what if they went on Australian television and they're trashing the Sussexes? And then, of course, the other commentators and such from the British media trashing the Sussexes. And you see Harry and Meghan dignified, holding their heads up. And then, of course, Harry, the whole thing about his uniform and such, everybody's looking at this very beautiful vigil of the grandkids. And then the next day, all these big headlines. Oh, they ripped the cipher off of his uniform. Do you think there's not a price to be paid for that? Do you think there's not a price to be paid for that? And if you guys watched yesterday's Royal Sussex, I showed a reporter who wrote all these nasty articles, one of which was about Lily's name, and they are trying to put a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. What kind of person writes like that, writes such vitriol about two people that she likely never met? And then as I'm going through this person's character and background to try to get an idea of who writes something like that, well, I won't repeat her situation because if you watch yesterday, you already know, right? And I'm just like, is it karma? Is it by chance? Or is the nastiness inside of your body like eating away at your tissues? What is going on with that? But I've encountered people in my life that have that negativity to a degree that it seems like they always seem to have something that happens like that. You know, like it's not brought on the other ways like stress or something like that. This is just the hostility and the hatred just like festering in their flesh. People who otherwise are living an ideal life, but every day they make a choice to get behind their keyboards and just dish out the hate, hate, and more hate. Never mind that someone has lost a child. Never mind that someone's family has humiliated him and ran him out of his own place of birth, would not support the love of his life. None of that stuff matters when you can. And you're right. Was that Black Queen? Cult. That's what it is. That's what people do when they're in a cult. That's what it is. It is a cult. Just like the some of the more um, right leaning people in the Republican Party, they have taken the very high ranking offices and they have turned them over into a cult. Very disappointing. Let me see, Sherry Ware. Did not own the name Little Bit. These people frustrate me. Yeah, Sherry Ware, and you know how I'm always saying, well, the Queen was so old, and we don't. I still, and this is why, you know what, I may have it completely wrong, because what does it take for the Queen to say, well, I don't care if they use my name or not? But she didn't. The Queen did not speak up or speak out when they went to war against an infant child over a name. The Queen and none of the people that worked for the Queen came forward to say, leave him alone. Now that is very telling right there. And I guess for Harry's sake, I want to believe that the Queen was not able to help toward the end. I want to believe that for Harry's sake. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she just didn't care. Maybe she didn't care to help him. So I hope that at some point that Harry or Meghan or both will address that. That's one issue that I would love to see addressed at some point, is the thing about the name. Like, how did all that happen where they were being attacked for using her nickname as their child's name? I want to know about that one. That one is one that I'm going to stick a pin in, because I want some answers on that particular subject. Let's see. Trevor says, where did that go right there? Trevor says the Queen didn't know. That's what I think. Trevor Rodney, you know, because I believe in Harry, and I know Harry was definitely trying to help his grandmother. Because I trust Harry, then I want to believe that she was unable or unaware of what was going on. I want to believe that, but I may be wrong. Maybe she just knew and she didn't care. But I hope that it can be proven that she wasn't aware, or that maybe her secretary or social secretary, whatever, that one of her men in gray suits, that they talked her out of a response or something, you know. But you know, guys, we're thinking one thing about what Harry has to say about that family, but what if he starts talking about the last days of Lizzie? What if he starts talking about the last days of Lizzie? I bet you that can get ugly really fast. No matter who she was and all that kind of stuff. Um, the last days of Lizzie. Now that may be the real story right there. The last days of Lizzie. The days when she was walking out of the castle and didn't even have her coat fastened properly. That'll make for some interesting conversation. Allegedly, no picture with Lilibet when she did finally visit the Queen. Well, yeah, I wonder about that. I wonder about it. And then, of course, when you Zoom call, you can also record at the same time, right? So I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure that probably on both sides, people were recording. Um, Perhaps, I don't know. Maybe they have some kind of way around that or something. But it'd be interesting. It would be interesting. I'm interested to know about the last days of Lizzie. Well, let me see. Tamikia Green says, Baron, they probably were hiding everything from the Queen. It's a great chance that that's exactly what was happening. I mean, the Queen has been in a decline for at least 12 to 18 months before she died. She was like really becoming, very visibly drawn and gaunt and sickly. So it's really no telling how that may have had an effect on her. But one of the doctors that reviewed the photo of the Queen with Liz Truss said that if she was suffering from that particular type of circulation or heart failure, that she was probably in a great deal of pain. And that when she was able to go out and about, she was probably heavily medicated. Like, for instance, when she was in the Range Rover, I mean, I know I make a lot of fun of this photo because she looks like she's had some edibles, but maybe that's exactly what it was. Maybe she was, in constant pain, and then she wasn't in pain, if you know what I mean. And then sometimes when you want to control people, you take things away from them. You know what I'm saying? When you want to control a person, you can also take things away. You can give things and you can take things. So, again, it's going to be very interesting to know. And eventually it will come out. At some point, somebody is going to give an account of what was happening with the Queen in those last days. Let me see. Okay, this is getting interesting, y'all. None of us know whether photos exist of QE2 with Princess Lily and Prince Archie. Wouldn't it be funny if photos show up in the up and coming bestseller? The girls are so worried about. Right? Right? Huh. Like all of a sudden, when the book goes into print, let's say the back cover is the Queen sitting on the sofa or in one of those wingback chairs holding baby Lily and maybe Archie leaning on one of her knees or something. Wouldn't that be interesting? Uh-huh. Oh my gosh, I like where this is going. Okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Rosalind Gatewood says, Baron, I'm sure there was a lot they hid from the Queen. She probably was not watching TV or reading the paper every day. Like Harry said, he was worried about the people around her. That's what I said. That's what I've been saying. Let me see. They've been married for what, 4 years? And the Queen, after, I would say, okay, with the pandemic, right? With the pandemic, we weren't seeing her as often. And at some point, she started going into a very fast and but yet very obvious decline, where her posture, and her face and her neck and everything, more and more bruises are appearing on her legs and hands and stuff. And so one could only imagine mentally where she was at that point. If she was heavily medicated, if she was having IVs and such. And of course, knowing that your life is slipping away from you. And of course, everybody that she's known, pretty much all of them are dead by now. They all died one by one. The ladies in waiting, the girls, the ladies from her coronation, from her wedding and everything, all those people are gone. So, it's hard to know exactly where a person is mentally when all your friends are gone. Prime ministers aren't friends. And God knows not many people in that family you would call a friend. So yeah, I want to believe, and I guess that's where I'm trying to build this case about. There's a lot of things that she may not have known. I want to believe for Harry's sake, because if we believe that the Queen, or if you are to believe that the Queen was in full presence of mind while these horrible things were happening toward the end, then you would have to say, well, why was Harry so close to her? Why did Harry make this secret trip, arrange for this secret trip to go and meet with her? Why would he have to do that? I mean, when Harry was supposed to see her that time, and one of her aides calls and says, well, she's busy. Well, she's going to be busy all week. How does that happen that your grandmother cannot see you? First, she invites you to see her, and then all of a sudden you can't. Something happened. Something happened. So that's what I think. Something happened to the Queen where she just was not available. Let me see here. Lydia says, Baron, you are extending a lot of grace. So no TV, no newspaper, no radio. We in the USA are aware, but the Queen in the UK was unaware. I don't know. I don't know what was filtered to the Queen at that point. I know it sounds far-fetched, but again, if we are to believe that the Queen was in full, cognitive availability to the world, and that this was happening and she didn't do or say anything about it, but yet Harry and Meghan keep saying how close they were to her, how they, how kind she was to them. I don't know, Lydia. But I just don't believe things happen for no reason. I think there's always a reason that things happen. So something changed with her, or something changed in the something changed. That's all I can say. I just have that suspicion. I don't have any direct justification for how things turned out, but I believe that there is a story there, and in time we will find out. We will find out. At some point, we will find out. Somebody's going to talk. It could have been a big lie or something that instigated this situation. I don't have an answer, but yes, you're right. There's all this media available, and that is the Queen, and you would think that she would have access to that information, or that even in a Zoom or something, she could talk directly to the Sussexes without any fear of reprisal and such. Although I did hear this though, and where did I hear that? Where they said that Prince Charles's staff was very rude and condescending to the Queen's household, and that Charles spoke with a bit of what do you call it? That his conversations in regard to his mother were rather rude and lacked emotion, and that he was hypercritical of his mother, as though he couldn't wait to take the reins of power to rid the family of this obstruction or this obstinate person. Like they just said that his attitude toward his mother was really bad, and that one person that they hired to help Charles had eventually, with the Jubilee, that he eventually quit because he didn't like the way that people were dissing the Queen. I mean, where do we see that? Was that on someone else's podcast or something? But they were saying that there seemed to be this lack of deference toward the Queen and toward the Queen's household, and that Charles seemed to be the lead agitator, that people within his staff was influenced by his attitude to say some really weird stuff about the Queen. And it's the same way with Kensington Palace. The way that William, and I'm not even going to say allegedly, I'm just going to say what I believe happened. I believe that William's disregard and rudeness toward the Sussexes was adapted by the rest of the people on the staff. The way that the Cambridges were carrying on was directly informing the way the rest of the staff, the rest of the household staff, it was a license given to them to mistreat the Sussexes, to speak ill of the Sussexes, to make up names about the Sussexes. And I believe that with William um, being like the little emperor or the dictator over at Kensington Palace as the most senior royal, that when he started in on the Sussexes, then it made it okay for everybody else to do it, right? And I think the same thing goes for Charles, because Charles was gaining the throne and the Queen was slowly slipping away, that Charles, with his notorious hostility and impatience, right? I believe that because he may have carried on in a certain way and, felt very impatient or got short with his mother, that people on the staff were doing the same thing. So I believe that if that was the case, then the Queen may have been busy trying to save her household, knowing that when Charles gets in there, he is going to do what? Fire everybody. He probably did exactly what the Queen was afraid he would do. Like the Queen mother tried to protect her staff as much as she could before she died, right? And the same thing happened with probably the Queen. I bet you the Queen was trying the best way she could to set up her staff so that they would have a place to work and that they would be okay in her absence. And I'm pretty sure whatever it was that she wanted for them, Charles came right behind and snatched everything away from them. I believe that. Janet Lavalley, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Happy Sunday to you. Let me take a drink of water here. And Amy Girl, thank you so much for the super chat. Amy Girl says, I think there are pics of the Queen. Is it with Archie and Elizabeth? I think the media is trying to push the Sussexes to post pics of the kids by saying there are not any. Amy Girl, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? By the way, thank you so much for the super sticker and also for being a member of Royal Sussex. That is brilliant. You see, I like these after show talks because we really get some ground here. We're gaining ground. As a matter of fact, why don't I do this since we are all so inclined? I Why don't I do this if someone wants to comment directly, because this is getting juicy now. If you all want to, that's the link. I just put it on the screen because this is getting real juicy now. Just remember, we are on on a live, so try not to embarrass our situation here, but I'm gonna pin that to the top of the chat. Okay. If anybody wants to join in, there's the link right there. So, but that's very interesting, Amy girl. I hadn't thought about that. So the press is pushing them so that if there are any photos, that they will cough them up, so that way they can print them, criticize them, and all the other stuff that they want to do. I didn't think about that. Huh? You are onto something. Thank you for that. Let me see. Tanamawo Akusaga says independent Scotland, Wales is long overdue, and any way the scraping of monarchy or scrapping, I'm sorry, of monarchy is due for the X to say to I'm sorry, is due for the X to save to I say I'm sorry, let me start over again. Independent Scotland, Wales is long overdue, and anyway, the scraping of the monarchy is overdue for the Acts to, I say. Got that. And they are costing the taxpayers too much money. I'm sorry, they are, okay, I've been talking too much. They are costing the taxpayers too much for an idle, flamboyant lifestyle. Very well said. Not well repeated by me, but very well said. It is a very flamboyant lifestyle. As I mentioned earlier, it seems to be just a little too big. It's like purpose built for this huge empire that never should have been, but was and now is gone. So, if that's the case, why do you have all of this pomp and circumstance? I just watched something the other day where they said that in order to pay for the reconstruction of Windsor Castle, that the royal family had to agree to open it to the public to help offset the expense that the government paid because the Queen did not have any fire insurance. And it just shows the pomposity of that family, that you would rebuild Windsor Castle, right? You'll rebuild all of these staterooms and such that most people would only see on television, right? And you don't want the public to have an opportunity to see it in person. Even though you only use the Windsor Castle for the equivalent of maybe a month or two out of the year. And other than that, there's just people living there that are not part of the general public, and you don't want the public to see it. You know, in most cities, they have a free day at the public library. They have a free day at the zoo or at the aquarium or wherever, but I don't know that they ever have a free day at any of the various royal households that you can tour. They are already starting to criticize Meghan's podcast. Came across a video ranting about it. Well, I mean, I think they started doing that before it even came out. The first criticism is, where is it? And then the next criticism says that, let me see, what was the next criticism? That she can only have celebrities if she wants people to watch. And anyway, it was a lot of that criticism, but thank you so much for your comment. Rohini, hello, Rohini. Oh, why do I still have Charles on the screen? How come y'all didn't tell me? Rohini, go ahead. You're
Hi, Van.
how are you?
I just want.
Uh-oh, I can't
I
hear you.
just. Hello?
Yes, now I can.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hi.
Oh, I'm so
I just
glad.
wanted
Thank
to
you
say
so
hi
much.
to everybody. Yeah, I've been having a bad time. They've been flooding and stuff in my apartment, so I'm clean. It's clean now, but I just wanted to come in and say hi.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about the flooding. Well, do you have everything ventilated? Do you have a big fan to dry everything out?
Um, no, not really. It was really bad. The road was the river took back the road.
Okay.
So there's a lot of mud and stuff. We have to get to the door, and and so I've finally gotten everything clean. So it's just to kind of just let it air out and before I can move back in. So I took a break to say hi to you.
Okay, well, I'm glad you did, and please make sure you get everything dried out because you don't want the mold. The mold
No,
would
you
be
don't.
dangerous.
Yeah. But I had a question for you. I'm
Sure.
I'm kind of late to it here, so I'm not sure if you covered it already. But I got a copy of Valentine Lewis' book,
Okay.
bootleg, because I'm not paying for that crap.
I don't blame you.
I'm not paying for those crap. I'll get it bootleg. I'm not paying for it. But there's a part in it where he talks about this courtier who decided that Harry and Meghan should have moved to South Africa, and he had a plan to move them to South Africa. I mean, the goal of these people,
Right.
the goal of these people that you decide that a grown man and a grown woman in their 30s that you are going to hatch a plan for their future and then ship them off to some country. Like, how did the courtiers get so much power? That is confusing to me, man. That is confusing to me.
I think
And I
their
don't know why they would
power.
want them to have it.
I think their power it comes from dependency, because as long as the courtiers hand you a speech, as long as the courtiers fire and confront people on your behalf, as long as they can handle your business in the absence of you actually doing anything, especially if you're a naturally insecure person already, or if you're not, a bright thinking person who could write their own speech, I think that they become dependent upon their courtiers as though maybe a celebrity comes dependent on their agent. And so this is how they lose. Oh, I think we just lost Rohini. But this is how they lose a lot of their own abilities, is because they're so dependent on other people, and that people kind of jump when they say jump, and so the courtiers appear to be showing a lot of deference to the royals that they work for, when they're actually posturing and plotting and scheming to stay in that position, or to stay long enough to okay, Rohini's back, or to stay long enough to take advantage of having been in that position. So I think that the courtiers are obviously, or should I say, likely pretty ambitious themselves, that they would be in that position in the first place. And they're always looking to be promoted to the next possible position of responsibility, because the courtiers actually use a lot of their influence of having been a part of the staff, or having been around that family, so that they could leverage other things in their lives, to get work, or for instance, let's say you're the one that gets the shopping bag full of money, and you're the one who has to sort it out. Charles is not going to sit up all night counting through a bag of cash, or taking the bag to drop it off at the bank. And if you're the courtier, I'm pretty sure that no sooner than you have taken this money and put it in the bank, then you have gotten yourself, I don't know, a new entertainment system, or a new sectional.
Well,
You've gotten
it's
something.
Baron, it's I don't know if anybody noticed, but there seems to be sort of a incestuous, nepotistic revolving door of staff that come from politics, usually Tory party, into the royal family, into their charities, back into politics. It's like a revolving door of people And to me, that is illogical, because the royal family, as much as we issues that we have with them, they are an important part of the British government. That's why I always say this myth they've told you that the royal family is ceremonial. It's just that it's a myth. It's not true, right? And you would think that as a government or a pseudo government agency that you'd have competent staff, but you're not going to have competent staff if your pool of possible employees is so small. This is
Yeah.
why you have somebody that told you driving around on top of a Jeep cosplaying a plantation mistress was a good idea. I've said, listen, one of the things that they should have done the minute Meghan entered the family was hire somebody that could understand and gauge what was going to happen. And you needed maybe not somebody of color, somebody who had their pulse on the tenor of the people. And the way, especially social media and so forth. And you're not going to get that with this revolving door, because a lot of these people also come from the aristocracy. A lot of these people are also upper class. So you're not going to get people who understand what the average man on the street is, right?
Right.
And if you don't have that, then you've lost touch, and then you are ineffective in what you do. And you would think that being a leader, because that's what they are, right? Leadership, right? That they would have educated themselves. So you're trying to tell me that you have the future king that doesn't even have a degree in HR, in the international relations, in project management, in none of these areas, in business, in economics, nothing. But you are going to, even political science, you have nothing. Your degree is in geography, and you can't find your way to your wife. You're always getting lost in Norfolk. So I don't really understand how that making sense.
Well, look at Prince Charles's. Look at Prince Charles's right hand, the one that started working for that family at age 19, Michael Forsyte, right? Michael Forsyte at age 19 didn't have a formal education, but he was loyal to Charles. Whatever he was to Charles, I'm just going to say whatever he was to Charles, he was to Charles. But he doesn't have a background in HR, but yet what little knowledge he had was enough to tell him in his head that it was okay to call the biracial secretary the N-word, because he wasn't hired from a pool of potential employees. He just kind of fell into that position where he was the aide to Charles and taking over the works for the charities and such. He had no formal training, but he knew enough to bully people around for the sake of Charles, as Charles himself was bullied when he was a kid. And of course, what happens with a bully? Well, a bully, or should I say, where does bullies come from? That was somebody who themselves were bullied. So, Charles gets it natural, right, that he would grow into this bully because he was bullied. And then I don't know Michael Forsyte. I don't know what his temperament is, but it seems like he hired a bully to continue this type of atmosphere around the household and around his charities and his interests and his duchy and such. It seems like he just hired more people like himself, people who will never refuse him, but they don't have the background. You don't just by your birthright, you don't just know how to do these things. But I think in certain cases, they defer judgment to other people when they don't want to be bothered with it. And then they start throwing their weight around when they feel like they're not getting the respect that they deserve or that, comes with their station in life. Okay, so Valerie, you are next. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
hello,
I can.
you hear me?
Welcome.
Yes, welcome, Brian. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Right.
Thank you for being here, by the way.
Thank you. I was rushing. You made a very good point. You said about Elizabeth, and I think the issue with Elizabeth is she reigned for 70 years. The media covered up a lot of a lot of things to do to her husband, her son, her sons, all her 3 sons, also her uncle Mountbatten. There's a lot of things covered up, and I suppose that when it came to Harry, she couldn't say anything because it would have been revealed a lot of things. There's a perfumer scandal. I don't know if you will look at the perfumer scandal when Stephen Ward died in 1960. He committed suicide in prison. He used to draw a lot of pictures, and it was alleged members of the royal family were there, including Prince Philip. There's also allegations that he had, I think, with Christine Keeler, and it was also why she was having a relationship with 2 black men at the time. You read it. If you read the story with Mandy Rice Davis and Christine Keeler and the perfumer scandal, it was alleged that he was involved. Allegedly, he was involved. But that's all I'm saying. So there's a lot of stuff. Even when Mountbatten was murdered by the IRA, it was alleged one of his one of the children was there, which was taken, was from a local boy. He was.
They said he was the boat boy, right?
Sorry?
They referred to that child as the boat boy, that he was a boat boy, like he maintained the boat in some kind of way. As a child, he had the ability to maintain a boat.
But it is alleged.
I'm with that one.
It was alleged.
All alleged.
Alleged, because I don't want no thing. Alleged that MI5 took him away. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Because you don't know who is listening. As I said, you said
right.
So there's a lot of also even with Queen Margaret, when Princess Margaret, she was going out with her husband, when she went out with Anthony Armstrong Jones, he had a relationship with a Chinese girl from Trinidad. He was in a relationship with her.
Okay.
And it was also I read some book that they got rid of her, meaning they threatened her that if they were going to, they threatened her for her to stop seeing him or living with him. They put a lot of pressure on her. So she left. She left him. You see, the sad thing about it is that Margaret, to a certain extent, and I can understand why she couldn't marry the chap she loved, because he was already a divorced man and he had 2 children, and apparently, if she did, they allow her sister to divorce, they would say, "Oh, he's a divorced man," and we don't know. And I think one of the biggest problems was that the royal family were never allowed to be a royal family. They had to be this perfect family, and for perfection, you have to. All these, as families go, families are families, people are people, and you have to keep up this image which is not real. So these billionaires, what they have done, they've masterminded this relationship with the country. That's why we love the Queen, we love the thing. They have masterminded, and what has happened to a certain extent, why the mystique has broken down, because we have social media and TikTok, and we've broken away. Because remember, for the last let's say the last 20, let's say the last 40 years, the Tories used to win all the time, and you couldn't hear anything else. And anybody who decided to wanted something different, they've destroyed them. They destroyed the Labour Party after Gordon Brown. They said he was mental. Then they went and destroyed David Miliband, and then they made an ultimate destroyer of Jeremy Corbyn, because they think, and that's what they've done, because they want to make sure, the billionaires want to make sure that they don't have to pay any taxes and they can live in the United Kingdom like gods. They don't want to pay taxes.
And they say, I'm sorry, but isn't it true that they say that the city of London or Greater London, the very business part of London, is like this huge tax scheme for billionaires, because it keeps their money secure within the Bank of England, within these financial institutes. It's like one of the safest, one of the oldest and safest places to keep your money. You have people from China that will love to stash their money there. You have people from Russia who know that they can't leave their money in Russia. And so that is where the power construct comes from, is that family gives lots of cover, allegedly.
Yes, allegedly, exactly.
Right, to this huge financial, it's like there's so many institutions, but if it was all one big financial institution, which is, of course, is not, but it's all interconnected. And so that's why you have the Bank of England buying, what was it? Did they buy bonds for?
They had to buy bonds because of the pound. Do you remember what? And who supported the Liz Truss?
The Daily Fail.
Exactly.
Yeah, she's a creation of the Daily Fail, an unelected creation of the Daily Fail.
And also, there's a place called 23 something Corson Street or somewhere like that, where the richest of the rich live. Also, another thing too, which is very interesting, with the EU, if we had stayed in the EU, all these people who had all these different money, they would have to pay taxes. That is one of the reasons taxes were going to come in on 2020, I think, or 2021. So that's why they were hustling to get out the EU before. Secondly, another thing too, and even some of these right-wing churches in England, they use the analogy for us to leave the EU about the beast with the 11 heads or something like that. They use two things about this: the Tower of Babel and there's a beast with 11 heads, and they say, oh, that is the EU. And I don't think the beast is 11. I think the beast is already here already, but it's just that because what they wanted is that if you can stop people from coming in, you all can stop people from leaving, because when people leave and go and see somewhere else, see a better life elsewhere, they don't have to, they can move and you can't control them. It's all about control. Another thing to which I have always started looking at, this perpetual abuse of Meghan and going on and on and on. Now they have left. They're living in America, and this constant abuse, especially by the Daily Mail. And my theory is, I think it is easy for us to say it's because she's of mixed heritage and she's an American. But I think it's something even more. Why would you want to abuse this one woman? What is it about her? And what is it about her that you want to abuse, and you want to get at her husband by abusing him, her. You also say that she will only leave he will only leave if there's no breath in her body, all these different things, because you want him to come back. And I think that Meghan and Harry are not as ordinary couple. I think there's something about them, and it scares the hell out of a lot of people, because I don't think that Meghan was there to bring down things. I think they were going to bring down their own selves. It was just a matter of time. Meghan and Harry are light, and it was expose all of them, and that is what the issue is. And
they don't want a thinking person around them. It doesn't help.
No, it doesn't help.
That's around that thinks, someone that has a consciousness and self-awareness. They don't fit in that institution. You have to have a very robotic person who is easily succumb to suggestion. that's who you need to have in that institution. You have to have someone who's power hungry and ambitious and don't care who gets hurt along the way. Then you fit in, like Ford Fiesta with all the scowls and everything. She really doesn't do a whole lot, but she's there. She's in the thick of it. And I think she had a pretty shady character while
She
she was
was.
on the outside. So when
Yeah,
she
she
got
did have
in,
a character on the outside.
right. So she
But
was like a hand to a
have you
glove.
noticed that she's been remade?
Yeah.
Have you noticed she's been remade?
Uh-huh.
Look at
Yep.
the three wives. Look at the funeral. Meghan stood apart, and they had the three. They had Sophie. They had the one in the middle, Catherine, and they also had Camilla. All of them have been remade by the Daily Mail,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes.
They've all been remade by the Daily Mail.
Yep.
Catherine was a wild girl, meaning she went around the world without her panties. I mean, I'm not. Is this picture there on the internet?
I got those photos too. I just
The
never
pictures
share
on
them
Invictus.
to protect her modesty. I never
Yes.
share those, but I call it her black cab days. That's what I call it.
Meghan is a whole person. Meghan got married. She got divorced. She did her work. Meghan, out of all of those three, Meghan is funny. Meghan is the virgin, and there are the cat women, the crawling
Right.
night people. That's what it is. When the guy Andrew Morton went and spent 2 years looking at Meghan, there is nothing bad about Meghan. She has everybody said she's nice and she's a lovely girl. That's
Right.
all
There's
she
nothing
said.
there. She's been vetted like she's running for president. The way
They
they vet someone running for president of the United States, that is the way that they vetted Meghan's character, and they
Yes.
couldn't come up with anything.
And they couldn't come
And
up with anything.
they didn't have enough money to pay for what they wanted from people. The only people that they could find that were shady enough to give them what they wanted rather, was her paternal side of the family,
Exactly.
which they were pretty, trashy to begin with. So that was easy for them,
Baron.
is to find that side of the family. But somehow they haven't been able to get in on Doria's side of the family. So most of what they have is made up stuff, of course. And then, of course, they stretch the truth on other situations where, like the word bomb blast, is that it? Bomb blast report or interview or whatever? Bombshell, that's it.
Mhm.
Everything is bombshell. Whatever it is, it was a bombshell. Meghan's bombshell trip to a gift shop. Those are the Megan's bombshell trip to a concert. It's always stuff like that. They have the language for it. Did you watch Royal Sussex yesterday?
Yes, I did.
And you saw the poor reporter who wrote those nasty articles, who found herself in a situation not of the Sussex's making, of course, but just kind of like life happening to a very
Yes.
nasty individual. And but yeah, and that those wordsmiths, and of course that person seems like a royal sycophant or someone who's deep into the cult of royalty. They have the language to take a small anything and yank on that thread and try to make Meghan out to be this big demon. Now, the other day, I told you guys I watched that antique dealer who only makes money when she talks about Meghan and Harry, but the actual purpose of the channel is antiquing. So somehow, because she's a right winger and a racist, she talks about Meghan and Harry. She said in one of the videos, and everybody knows if you repeat stuff enough that people will believe it. And I'm just like, well, I be damned. Did you not hear yourself say that? Because that's what you're doing. You're repeating this stuff often enough to make people believe it. But
Mhm.
you're complaining because you're saying that Christopher Bowsey is the one who's repeating things to try to make people believe him. But that's what you're doing.
Exactly.
See how that works out?
Exactly. So from what I gathered, and from my, because I've been, you see, the thing is, I just trained as a scientist, and because when you had to look to do a diseases, you don't look at the symptoms, you look at what is causing. And I started saying, well, let me look at this thing. Why is this thing? Why is this And even when remember when they got married, I think what was the preacher name who gave them the long sermon?
Oh, Curry,
Yes.
Father Curry.
Father Curry warned them in church that this couple, he said, when you meet them, they have a lot of energy. I have never met a couple like that. He warned them, but no one listened. He warned them.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing to what if you notice, do you remember when they started this vicarol? And first of all, when after she left, she, when they had pictures of her when she went to see those children in Canada, and
Right.
then those girls in Canada, the girls, I think it's thing. Then they were saying, somebody was trying to say, if she could die in a boat, if she could do this, if she could do that, if he got divorced, he got divorced. This rampant raging about she must get divorced, she must die. Within a few moments that you heard, the Queen's nephew got divorced after 26 years of marriage, because apparently it's alleged that he was also on that trip with that guy who died, Andrew's friend who died.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, Andrew's friend who died, and also her nephew, Princess, and her grandson, Princess Anne's son, her oldest grandson, he got divorced.
Peter Phillips, right?
Yeah, he got divorced. He was getting divorced.
Okay.
Also, the next person who committed suicide was Caroline Flack. And what I'm saying is that when you keep on, people are praying over Meghan. I'm sure her mom's praying over Meghan. I'm sure everybody is praying over Meghan. And we're living in a different way. We're all aware. And this ramping up about she's going to die, it's not going to end up like Princess Diana. It's going to be completely different, because when Valentine Lowe said what he said, he has to be careful, because when you ramp up energy and you think you're showing this energy at one person, it bounced back, and you have to pay the cost. I think the Queen generally, and I also noticed that when Harry,
you mean like my reporter from yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just love throwing that in there.
Yes, and I also felt that I think when Elizabeth and Philip, when Harry and Meghan left, because Harry and Meghan left, I feel that Elizabeth and Philip, they just decided they started to decline, because from the summit, Philip was very upset, because he said Harry shouldn't be treated like that, and he started to decline slowly, and then she declined, because they spent a lot of time, and she loved spending time with Meghan because she took her on that trip. And I think her hands were tied because it was too many secrets. It's not that she couldn't do anything. Not that she didn't want to. She couldn't, because there was too much time. There was too much time with Charles, Andrew, Edward, a whole shaboom.
Yeah, there was some leverage. There was some leverage over the Queen, even though she supposedly is, the ultimate authority. But that's still a woman that's over 90 years old, and someone who her only purpose in life was to perpetuate that institution. Now, some people said that she became so much bigger than the institution that the institution would suffer without her, meaning that you don't have someone to give cover to all of the shortcomings of the institution, and you don't have this sweet matronly grandmother to conceal the exact
anymore.
cost of the institution.
Institution.
So they portray her as being this very frugal rather, matronly grandmother who eats out of Tupperware bowls instead of someone who is pulling in over 100 million pounds a year plus whatever the cost of
Oh
security
yes,
is,
that's what
because
they
I
did.
don't think that includes security. So this is
Oh yes,
someone who is pulling all this resource out of the public
and
coffers to
yeah, that's
maintain
exactly,
this institution, which
yeah,
helps the Tories and the press maintain their power. And of course, the good
exactly.
old fashioned aristocrats to maintain their power. So she's used as the lightning rod while the rest of them can function almost invisibly because
Exactly.
people are so conditioned to not look at what other people are doing because everything starts and finishes with the queen and the royal family. So you don't pay attention to the other stuff that's going on.
Exactly. And
I
there's
thank you
another,
so much, Valerie, but I got like 3 people lined up,
sorry,
and I okay, and I want to get to them, but it's been you've been amazing. Thank you so much
thank you very much,
for
Aaron.
the information you shared with us, and thank you for throwing those allegedlys in there because that saved me a whole lot of trouble.
Allegedly, yes.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you.
Rosalind Gatewood. Are you still available? I'm going to add you. There you go.
Yeah, I'm here.
Rosalind, go ahead.
Yeah, you know what I wanted to say was, you remember when the king abdicated?
Yes.
They were able to control him because he didn't have money of his own. That's why they kept him in France. They wouldn't let him come back to England. They could do what they want to do, and they did the same thing to Margaret. Margaret could have married the man that she wanted, but she wouldn't have had any money.
Right.
She would have had to give up everything, which it wasn't nothing. I think it came out to like she was getting like $50,000 a year for her lifestyle, and which to me, I would have given it up, especially for a man that I loved. But she wanted the money more than she wanted the husband.
Right.
So that's why she had such a hard time. But you got to give your props to my girl, Diana. She made sure that Harry had money. She made sure
She
because
did.
they all knew that the money was going to go to William when it was time for him to get in lined up to be king. So everybody, even the queen mother, gave her money when she died to Harry. They all gave money to Harry. So that's why they can't control Harry. So when Harry was ready to go, he just stepped off. They can't control, they can't tell him where to live. They can't keep him out of the country. They can't tell Harry what to do. Because Harry got his own money and he can do whatever he wants. He's a British citizen. He can come back and forth as much as he wants to. They can't stop him. And that's the thing that irks them. That's the thing that drives them crazy.
And I think maybe that's why Harry, even though people say, well, I hope he doesn't go back, maybe he just don't want to give them the benefit of having achieved their goal to put him in some kind of box or drive him away.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't want to give them the benefit of that.
And not only that, but he does. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But not only that, he does want to introduce his homeland to his children.
Right.
So he will be going back periodically, but they can't make him stay away.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? If he wants to come back, like they came back to do those child conference and stuff that they had to do there. They did it because they were free to do so.
Right.
You know, if he has been in their pockets and depending on them for money, then it would have been a whole different story. But because he had his own money, they couldn't stop him. And that's the thing that's driving them crazy more than anything else, because they have no control over Harry. They have absolutely no control over Harry. They can't tell Harry nothing. They can't tell him where to go, where to live. They can't do anything. And that's the thing that's driving them crazy. They knew when they chased him away how much he meant to the whole country. They was all crazy about Harry. They wanted him. He was the only bright spot in the whole damn group.
Exactly.
So
and he's a thinking person.
Yeah.
He's a thinking person. People like him. people love him,
Yeah.
not because they are afraid of being on the outs with the royal family. It's because of his character. They
Yeah.
trust him.
Yeah. He was like his mom. He was like his mom. He had that personality. He exuded that personality that people liked, that they trusted, and they accepted what he did. Like I
And
said,
for all of the shade that they've been throwing at Harry, look at this picture right here. This person who is one of the reasons why they throw the shade is so that this person will look at Harry and go, "Ah, you know, I'd rather be with Will or Kate." That's not going to happen.
no.
Harry is in his element, and
Yep.
people just love him in spite of everything that they tried to pull. Look at that
Mhm.
picture. And that's the way it is for him. Every place he goes,
But
his
see, that's
people love him and
yeah,
trust
they love
him.
him.
Right.
And like I
Whatever
said, but
limited knowledge that people have of Diana, they
mhm.
know enough about Diana and they know enough about him that
And like I
wherever he
said,
goes, he's treated the same.
and I think that also when his grandfather died, his grandfather left him money. He was already in line to get the money from his grandfather, and that's why they froze the will so that nobody would know where his money went to. He had left his money; it was already designated that his money was going to go to Harry, and they knew that, but they didn't want the public to find out that that's where Harry got so much money. They can forget about it. He ain't never got to do. They can't tell him nothing, and that's the part. That's the thing that drives them nuts. They needed him to be there with the family, but they were so busy with their hatred trying to chase Meghan away. They sent him on out the door too, and they still haven't gotten over the fact that they chased him away. They
You
have
know what
not
they
gotten
say?
over it.
The man with the last word is the man with the deepest pockets. And
Thank
he
you.
got some deep pockets.
He got
So
pockets
when
and
you
he ain't
got
worried
money,
about nothing.
you got your independence.
Yeah, and that's what he got. And not only that, but he was smart enough to marry a smart wife that knows how to handle the damn money.
With
So
those
he ain't got to worry about
Hollywood
nothing.
connections, right?
There
With
you go.
those Hollywood connections.
There you go.
And that's when it comes in handy. You know, they try to make it seem like all things Hollywood is shady and flaky. Meghan's lawyer that put together their financial portfolio thing is a lawyer from Beverly Hills. So he's
Yeah.
used to doing this stuff.
You know it. And
Yeah,
also see, because you got to remember, she's a self-made millionaire. She did
exactly.
it herself. She didn't know. She didn't wait for nobody to give her no money. Her mama and daddy couldn't leave her no money. She
Yep.
had to
And
make
then
her own.
Oprah said early in her, rise that, people like Sidney Poitier and stuff, they like, this is, and look out for this, look out for that. And I'm pretty sure that the same people that took Oprah under their wings, Oprah's sharing that benefit of knowledge with them,
Uh-huh.
the Tyler Perrys, Oprah hipping Tyler Perry. Tyler
Yeah.
Perry is paying it forward to other people.
Yeah.
So they got good people around them. They got people who can give them the ups on these situations.
Yeah.
Plus, not to mention the fact that there's so many people that Harry has known firsthand since he was a child.
Yeah.
There's so many people that Meghan has known firsthand since she was a child. So these are not two little backwards people that all of a sudden found themselves in this situation.
Yep.
They have a working knowledge of how stuff goes,
They
which
do.
is why Harry can be an executive producer, because he's been knowing, working, observing this his whole life.
And
When they put together a documentary, instead of just sitting there, I'm pretty sure Harry was like, oh, so
yeah.
that's how that works.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't just sitting up there trying to look important. He wanted to know how it works. And look at him. He knew when he went to America, I can produce. And that's what he's doing. He's producing.
Yeah.
He got way more jobs than anybody would have ever thought with the Better Up and all that kind of stuff. He still has his Invictus and everything. He's wearing so many hats
Yeah. Well,
that
you know they
nobody
used
even considered was possible.
yeah, you know they used to call him a dummy
Right.
because he didn't do well in school. It wasn't until he got to the military that they found out that he was dyslexic. Being
Uh-huh.
dyslexic does not mean that you're stupid.
Right.
You just have to learn things a different way from other people. And once he found out he was dyslexic, and they found out, and they didn't find that out until he went in the military.
Right.
Then everything opened up to him. That's how he was able to learn how to fly helicopters and everything else, because he finally knew what his learning disability was.
Rosalind, I want to bring somebody else in. It's official Lauren. There we go. Brown.
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't see the end of your name there.
Yeah, you got
How
it
are
right.
you?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. Thank you for being here. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
watching
Of
Royal
course.
Sussex.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, first of all, thank you for having me on and creating this space for all of us to talk about, I think, this topic that really impacts more than just the royalists, right?
Right.
I've been watching you for, I can't remember how long. You had and it's amazing to see how you've grown, and it's because you are funny as heck.
Oh,
So
thank
I just
you.
want you to know that, like, I don't think that you get told it. I mean, I don't know, but you're really funny, and you actually lift my day up. So thank you for that.
Oh, I
Um,
appreciate it.
yeah, but you've probably seen me vibing with like everything that has been being said, because it's really true. Rosalind, like, you bring up so many good points, and you actually brought up points that, like, I wasn't even aware of or didn't think of.
Mhm.
Um, like, one of the things that you just brought up that I think is really interesting, which I didn't know about, was the dyslexia. And that points to one of the big things that we see in the way that the media has treated Harry over time, and then, it also going to Meghan, which
Mhm.
is this constant underestimation of them. And it makes me think of other English people who have also been extremely successful while being extremely underestimated. And one of them is Lewis Hamilton,
Mm-hmm.
also a
Yeah.
dyslexic person.
Yeah.
And there's this constant assumption. And if I'm looking away, it's just because I wrote notes. I don't want to take too long. I know you've got other people. But there's this constant underestimation of both Harry and Meghan. And people didn't realize when they came together that this was really a joining of resources, of teams globally, internationally.
Yeah.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
there was also just, again, they're in league with the Serena Williams, the Oprahs, the Tyler Perrys. This is stuff that I think, as people of color, Megan identifies, we're constantly underestimated, right?
Yeah.
And as a result of that, you walk in a room and you might have two PhDs, and there's always this assumption that you're the one serving tea or, fetching the mail.
Yeah.
And
Right.
in a way, though, it was not good. It wasn't good, but it served them because they could prepare things that we now know the royal family allegedly is terrified of, right? They're like, what's coming next? We can't anticipate because we never pictured these kinds of people. We didn't see Harry
Yeah.
for who he was.
Oh.
We couldn't know Meghan for who she is.
Mm-mm.
And also, you brought up something earlier, and I know exactly the channel, Baron, that you're talking about. Because I don't know if the orchid in the background makes it clear, but I love antiques. So I actually know the channel you're
Okay.
talking about.
Uh-huh.
Very distinct voice, right?
Right.
Very distinct
Yeah.
voice. Interesting hair. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I was watching her channel before this turn, and this relates in that I love the fact that Harry and Meghan have taken on this initiative about misinformation and disinformation, and the way the internet is just kind of spinning people into cycles of lies.
Yeah.
And I could see over time, as this person would mention Harry and Meghan, at first it just started as a curiosity, and then it just grew to this, very different uh approach to Harry.
Do you think she
and
started seeing dollar signs like when she brought it up and all of a sudden her numbers ticked up to like 20, 30,000 views out of nowhere?
I'm not going to answer
Okay.
that.
Well, okay. And the only reason why I say this is because what I do is out of curiosity,
Yeah.
because I'm a content creator,
Yeah.
I like to know how other people's channels are doing. And
Yeah.
so I can get a lot of information just by looking at the entire layout of their videos and which topics and subjects are getting how many views.
Mhm.
And so whereas she gets X amount of views for, talking about this vase or that ashtray or whatever, or I saw those, dolls, those curious looking dolls
Yeah.
that she reviewed that time.
Yeah.
Well, she gets so many views for those, but
Mhm.
enters Harry and Meghan, and then they multiplied like times 20. So it's easy to know why he decided this is what I'm going to do. But
Yeah.
because she seems to be a racist at her core, that she decided that, okay, the dark side is where the money is.
Yeah.
So that is where, and it probably wasn't much of a decision. It probably came natural to her, just
Yeah.
like oxygen,
Like money. Like money. You said she saw the
Uh-huh.
dollar sign.
Exactly.
Yeah. You know what, Baron? I think you've cottoned on to something quite accurate.
Mm-hmm.
There is definitely also in that community of people who enjoy that topic, you sometimes run into a few Susans.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't really come out until there's a reason for it to come out, and dollar signs
Right.
can definitely be, that big reason.
Mhm.
I
So
just think how
Well, that's
many
how
people.
YouTube is perpetuated. By the more viewers you get, that's where your money comes from. So when they get on there and they really want to make an impact, they got to get some kind of topic that's going to draw people to them.
Mhm.
Well,
And at this
and on
moment,
that score, just think how many people this weird antique dealer shopping person, she may have worked in an institution with Black people, harboring all of that hate and hostility
that's what they do.
inside of her,
Yeah.
and maybe even working against those people. And these people probably thought that she was just a sweet person, not
yeah, I
knowing
mean,
that.
I was watching genuinely without irony
Right. In her
until
core is
Mhm.
what she is and what she has to offer.
Yeah.
And it's without effort. It is really without effort that kind of hate comes across. And that's why I stress to people, the Sussex Squad does not actively go after anyone to make up stuff and plot and scheme and
Baron,
hang outside with signs and all that kind of stuff.
Baron,
Uh-uh.
does anyone have
Not even
time
in
to
our
do that?
wheelhouse.
No, nobody has time to do that.
Like, does anyone? I've had the pleasure of meeting. I actually met my Duke and I. So if she's in the comments, hey, I won't say where we met, but like meeting members of the Sussex Squad, what's very clear to me is everybody's got something going on. Like
Right.
there isn't this like we don't have time to seek out hatred. Also, I think there's a strong case of empathy. I won't speak for everyone. I know I hear it in many of your lives and videos where you care so much, and you even care for us, your viewers, how we're feeling, like not putting certain bits of news in front of us for the sake
Right.
of our emotional health. That's a very empathetic group. And much of the Sussex Squad, when you look at, as someone pointed out in the comments earlier, I can't remember who, raising money by the millions when you total it.
Yeah.
That's an empathetic group. We don't have time to go around and be like, let's just pick on the shoes they're wearing today. Like, if it's done, it might be an irony, but it's never with that kind of dedication. We just don't have the time.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, I try to see the humanity in everyone. even the people I make fun of, I try to find that humanity as a common thread amongst all people.
Mhm.
But at the same time, I get frustrated, and my way of dealing with it is with parody, with humor, with
Yeah.
sarcasm, because that keeps me from, I guess, internalizing all of the pain and frustration that I feel about any topic. But I don't actively hate anybody, not even
No.
that poor reporter.
Well, that's what makes your show so good too. Is because you're like that. You
Agreed.
know,
Agreed.
because like
Even
I
that
said, I'm
poor.
one of the few probably that knew Megan before Harry.
Wait, let
I
me
was
get this out of
already
my system because I've been holding this for 2 days.
Yes,
Even
please.
that poor reporter that even lost a dog at the end of you.
Lord have mercy.
Even lost a dog.
Yeah.
I mean, and then your dog died. I mean, you're going through all of this with your health and well-being. God bless her. I hope she okay.
Yeah.
But then her dog died. I'm like, if that don't
Oh,
tell you to change your ways, because when I wasn't even looking for that.
The
no.
And
poor
so
dog.
when I was reading and seeing all this stuff about it, I'm just like, God, didn't she see Tabitha Brown's takedown?
No.
Apparently not. And then
No.
and nobody even had to confront her. Life confronted her. And then her dog died. I was like, oh my God,
But
even
don't you think
Yeah.
so much of that the Tabitha Brown message, which you're right, it's the message, is
right.
it's coming from a place of you've already experienced the crap, can I say?
Hmm.
And so you know how dark it can get, and so you choose the
Right.
light and you work hard to stay in that place. Very few people who haven't had the experience of being so thoroughly othered understand that, like, the world's tough, let me not add to it, you know?
Right. Right. Right, and I maybe that's where my humanity comes from, is that I've been the subject of being othered so often, as I've struggled with my weight throughout my life and everything. You couldn't imagine how many people they would look at me as this African American with little formal education and just assume that there's not much going on there. And there's been times when I've had to pull a Harry on somebody, and
Yeah.
I've had some occasions where, for lack of a better word, I've had people like talking down to me, and in particular white men, and I have to kind of put them in their place, not in an aggressive way, but letting them know, I know a thing or two about the world. I've been around, and so even some of the, I guess it's stuff that you don't expect an inner city Negro to know. And I'm like explaining in detail, and then all of a sudden I see the look on their face change. Like
Yeah,
I
yeah,
was in a I was in
yeah.
a house one time. I went to a historic home here in the US, and I ran into this guy from I don't know where, but anyway, I just say he was probably a well-to-do old white guy who spends the weekend with his wife antiquing and going to these classic homes. And I of course I was the only person of color there. And I take it back. It was another two people there. And so as I'm talking to him and I'm like describing the what is it, Highclere Castle, and I'm and part of the theme there, they were celebrating the Downton Abbey and all that kind of stuff. And so as I'm talking to him about the aristocracy, about the country homes and stuff like that, he kept saying, and what kind of work do you do? And at the time I just had some little customer service job, and I'm just like, and he said, oh, okay. And so I'm like, and so this is this and this and that. And then he said, and what kind of work do you,
Oh my
and I
gosh.
get that a lot.
Yeah.
I've gotten that a lot in my life where, and I'm pretty sure it's not anything unique to me, but
No.
I see a lot of people, especially people of color, that are underestimated as not knowing much about certain topics. And when you start talking to people that are non, black or non people of color, then they wonder, oh my goodness, how could you know these things? But they
Well, see,
think
they
you're
don't think we
limited.
travel. They don't
Right.
think that
You're
we
limited to
travel.
your lunch bucket and your blue collars and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people who study the world, especially now that there's so much more information that is available to us. And so the aristocracy, they think they have the market cornered on experience and the way of the world, but they're the ones that are not actually um seeing life as the average
It is.
person. Just because you spend your weekends, here, or you go to the south of France once a year, you're not. The more money you spend on a vacation or holiday, the less you learn about the place you're visiting. You're
Yeah.
insulated by your wealth.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fantastic point. And if I may also say, it's one of the things that I know that you kind of get, like, there's a running joke about you talking about your travels to Europe, but I actually really love that because I'm similar in like loving to travel and loving architecture and history. So, I actually really enjoy when you do that. And as well, it's what it does is it's putting for people who might be just catching Royal Sussex on the fly, an
Right,
opportunity for them to remember, like, oh, right, worldliness. It's not just for the, old school aristocracy set. And you're
right.
absolutely right. When your experience is only, south of France, St. Bart's, south of France,
Hmm.
St. Bart's, you're not seeing, first of all, you don't even recognize that the staff are people. You don't realize that the staff have families, that they're doing solid middle class jobs and might have like a house with 3 cars. They're not
Right.
realizing these sort of things. And as a result, you kind of get this there's
Tunnels,
this total blindness.
tunnel
Hmm.
vision.
Well, when I've stayed at hostels, and when I'm staying at the hostel, not just because I'm an older person staying at the hostel, but because it's who I am. The most of the kids there, they are going to this club and that party, and they will do some sightseeing too. But me, I got like a whole list of things that I have to see, a
Yeah.
space that I want to be in because I saw it on TV,
Yeah.
and I'm really there to learn. I don't I and I'm sad to say I'm not really there as much for people as I'm there for the history and the architecture
Uh-huh.
and the spaces, and I like to know how things are made. And so when I went to the Midlands, I wanted to see the industrial revolutionary architecture and infrastructure, which sounds really dull, but
Your
that's what
voice.
I was there for. And I took all these photos that I don't share with anybody, but I look at it and I'm just like, oh, and this rivet went into that, and this iron works, and that
Yeah.
that's like my kink, if you will,
Yeah.
is that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And there are some people who will, especially uh, Prince Harry. I think he's just a person who likes to know how things are done
Mhm.
and the way things are made. And I think that the Duchess of Sussex being very like-minded with him, and that's why they are together. And when
Yeah.
people try to make her out to be some kind of gold digger or something, that drives me crazy. I
Yeah.
hate that.
Yeah.
How come she just didn't find somebody who believes in the same things in life?
Shares
You know,
values, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
that shared value. It's not some drafty old palace she's after. I
Mhm.
mean, really, you're a custodian,
Yeah.
as they say on Downton Abbey. Nobody really owns these things, but it's off limit to the people that are upholding and supporting all of that stuff. The
Yeah.
working person doesn't have access
Yeah.
to the Great Hall and all that kind of stuff unless they pay for it, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
upholding this wealth, but they don't get a chance to bask in it like the limited individuals who call themselves the Windsors. Is all for them and for nobody else. And they
Mhm.
don't give out anything. They just take from everybody every place they go.
And the thing about that is kind of, I would almost say sad is how much do you really enjoy what you're given if you know nothing else? Right? If
Exactly.
all you're experiencing is, "Oh, yes, I'll get $1 billion when, my grandma dies, it's fine." Like, there's no there's no, like, "I earn this." There's no sense of self-discovery. Like, what are you learning? You're learning absolutely nothing, and I think you're really right about I have to agree about the wanting to know the way things work, because you see that even
Mm-hmm.
with Meghan. As someone on here said, I was also a fan of Meghan pre-Harry, like, well before
Right.
Harry. And, there is the fact is she was doing clothing lines, she was doing all of these things, and how do you do that without knowing the ins and outs, without taking the
Mm-hmm.
time and actually kind of figuring out how does this, thing that I'm interested in work? And that is honestly the true marker of intelligence anyway. It isn't the degree, it's not, and I totally feel you on the what do you do? Where do you work?
Right.
Questions where you're just like, first of all, irrelevant, but also, no, you're
Right.
not getting that information to judge me with. I have a great resume, but you're not my boss. You know what I mean? So it's again, it's that underestimation that ends up biting them in the tuchus, to be kind
Mm-hmm.
about it. I mean,
Exactly. And Megan's curious mind is the reason why there was a cookbook from her visit, as opposed to other people who showed up, shook their head, and gave a smile and a wave. She actually came with a question and a solution,
yeah,
which is light years ahead of everybody else in that family. And that is like reason number, God knows how many, why we can't have her around here. She's
oh,
thinking too much.
like too much of a
She's
brain.
right. She's giving too much. We're supposed to take and gather and allow people to bask in our glow. We're not
Mhm.
supposed to put out. We're not supposed to be
Yeah,
productive. We
don't
take.
expose our mediocrity.
Exactly. Oh, mediocre Middleton. It just goes together. Mediocre Middleton.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, I thank you so much for chiming in with us today. I
yeah,
really, really do appreciate it. And thank you so much for watching and everything. And yes, the channel has grown in ways I could have never expected, but yet
yeah.
we're here.
Awesome.
And of course, I think that the community, if you are anybody who's interested in being a part of this community, I love that it's available
Mhm.
to anyone and that
Yeah.
people are so patient to allow your channel to grow. Although there was a couple of people who were like hypercritical squatties when I first started, I had to
That
tune them
happens.
out. But for the most part, it's like did you ever see the first time I went live by mistake? It was
Yes!
like, yeah,
Yes, and
that
you just
was
had the blue
hilarious.
screen and there was like yes, I
Right,
remember
and
that.
I'm just like, "Can you all see me?"
Yeah!
And it's like, what other group of people would be in your corner in at some of the most ridiculous moments like that? Not
But
only
Baron,
once, but I did
Baron,
it twice as I was trying to sort things out.
Baron, think about it though.
Mhm.
You also
Oh,
are the same type of person, and I won't be long. You also are the same type of person who how many squatties on here, as well as yourself, say we wanna give to M&H until they're billionaires, right? That's a
mhm,
lot of goodwill that you're constantly that this community is constantly putting out there. So,
mhm.
it's almost no surprise when the love comes back, because that's what's being put
Yeah,
out,
that's true.
When we look at the unfortunate situation with the dog and various other situations that reporter is experiencing, I won't call it karma, but it's this idea of put out good things, keep the vibes up,
Right.
keep it, and again, you keep the vibes up. And if I may say this, I'm not trying to plug. I just want you to know I am doing a video about the Sussex Squad. I mention you, and just it's really just a love letter to everyone to say thank you for honestly in this time when things were tough, and I won't say the C word, I found solace here. So I just want you
Oh,
to know that.
cool.
I'll send a link or something at some point, but I just wanted you to know, like, I really appreciate it. no
Well,
BS.
whatever you're
Yeah.
making, just make sure you point out that beautiful, flawless skin of mine and those incredible cheekbones, and
Your
I'm good.
cheekbones, I will. And if not, it will be in
All
the
right.
description box. Okay.
All right. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. And hello,
All right.
everyone in the squad. See ya.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Valerie and Rohini, I'm going to put you guys both on, and then we are going to wind this down at some point.
Oh my
3
gosh,
hours
I'm
and
so
16
enjoying it.
minutes? Seriously?
I was
Okay.
enjoying myself.
Well, I
I've
can
been
hear you,
enjoying it.
Rohini.
You can hear me?
Oh, great, great. Yes, I can.
Yeah,
It
I've
sounds a
been
little muffled or
enjoying
something,
it.
though.
I've been enjoying it. The girl before, what's her name? Lauren. She's out here telling everybody's business, you know, telling it like it is. One thing I wanted to say that she touched on, that for me personally, there's a reason that we are drawn to the Sussexes.
Right.
And for me, it came from that simple, even you could probably describe it as even juvenile statement: service is universal. On its face, it seems really petty. It seems really juvenile, but the thing is, it's a very powerful idea. The world has so much bad in it, and for many people, even trying to to survive it is difficult, much less to find solutions. But if you in your tiny little corner could support or help, you know, or uplift people that do have ideas, it's enough. It's what you could do, and you do it. And the idea that even a small person like me, all the way in this tiny little island, could join a movement that is greater than I am and do such good work, it's enough. It's the idea is radical. The world has problems that I can't fix, but I'm going to try. And for me, that is what draws people here. And the empathy that we have for each other. You know, I've had people talking to me and giving me solace, even though I've lost most of everything. But that's a lot. That's a lot in itself. And I am so grateful for that. I'm so grateful to hear y'all, to be uplifted by y'all. And a lot of the issues that were raised with this Meghan and Harry issue is so familiar to us. It's so familiar. I always say that I think the only people that are surprised by the treatment that they got might be white people. And I don't like saying it because it sounds bad. You know what I mean, Baron? Because it wasn't surprising for us. It was so familiar. It's like we've been here. Do you know what I mean? We've been here. This is what we experience on different levels.
Because I think that there are people who have benefited from white privilege. White privilege is real. And there are white people who recognize that there is white privilege. And then there are people who have skated through life with that white privilege, and they in so many instances, like say in the corporate world, where you find out that the white man earns more money than the white woman, and it's like a totem pole. And the white woman earns more money than, say, the black man or the black woman or the Asian or Latino that work there. And so, in a few states, they have this law where you have to show on the corporate paperwork or the corporate website exactly how much the pay scale is for certain jobs, because for a long time the person in power only identifies with another white person. A person in power only identifies with, say, another Latino person or Asian person. And so unconsciously or deliberately, people tend to help or give a helping hand to another person that they identify with. Now, there are some people who can look at someone and say, well, you're just like my grandma. Well, my grandma was black, but I have encountered white women in my life that remind me of my grandmother, or a white man that may remind me of my father or my grandfather or someone. And some people can see past their circumstance and only see the humanity in people, and some people don't. So when you say that is kind of a generic way of saying that on so many occasions you've experienced where, you know, someone has not recognized your humanity or your rights or your needs or whatever, based on the fact that they don't see you as equal to them. And that is just the way the world is, and it's like the aristocracy. They're above everybody. And so you have a Daily Mail that's owned by an aristocrat, right? And you have a Daily Mail that hires young right wing white people that criticized a African American president of the United States for throwing a big birthday party for himself, and accusing those people at the party and the president and his family of raising the numbers of people during the pandemic, raising the amount of illness during the pandemic, because he threw a party. And then at the same time, remember I talked about this? At the same time, you have a white person in the UK, Ant, whatever his name is, he has a wedding. Nobody's wearing a mask. There was no mention of a peak in new cases of the pandemic. And that is when it is so obvious that race played a role in that, because you won't give the respect to the president of the United States and his family that's black in comparison to some little social climbing media person that could be anybody in the crowd and I wouldn't recognize them, that happens to be white and in Britain. That is where the racism comes from. That's when you know that there's something more at play than meets the eye. And that is the fact that there was no black people on staff writing these negative stories about Barack Obama. These were exclusively white people working for a very right-leaning institution that constantly criticizes anybody of color that has been accused of spying on someone in the Parliament, or I mean the House of Commons over there. It's just amazing how obvious it is, but we're supposed to pretend that race has nothing to do with it. So if I'm correct, I believe that's what you're trying to say, or perhaps maybe it goes along with what you're saying. Maybe, I don't know, but that's the way I see it.
Well, it's painfully obvious, particularly when we look at Meghan. You look at book after book after book after book. Who are the writers? Right? Who are the writers writing these stories?
Exactly.
Right? Whether male or female, these are white people. And it's hard, because they always say black people only see color, and I've said, we wouldn't have a problem if you all just stop doing it.
Exactly.
Do you think we like complaining? Do you think we like fighting? We don't. We just want to live. We just want to exist, right? And story after story after story, you have these white people coming after this woman. And I wonder if they could get a black person. I don't think they could, because I don't know. And one point I wanted to make about Harry, and I think it speaks to the incompetence of the royal family. It might be a bit off topic, but for decades, I think it was when Valerie talked about what the symbiotic relationship between the royal family and the press and the secrets, quote unquote, allegedly, that they might be holding for the Queen, they shot themselves in the foot, because the business model of these tabloids was they needed a salacious story. So what did they do? They threw Harry under the bus. Now, when you've done that, his entire life is laid bare. What could you write about now? What salacious story could they get today about Harry? There's nothing. Every little thing that he has ever done in his entire life, the world knows, right? Every little thing he knows. We saw him naked. He was falling down drunk on the road. There's nothing for them to grasp hold of. So they needed something else, right? And now they thought they had Meghan. They dug through her life and they found nothing, like not even a cleaner, an aide. I always said it, Meghan works in one of the most cutthroat industries in the world. Not a waiter, nobody. The staff at Reitman's, they had how many years to write stories, to say about quote unquote negative experiences. And now magically you have Toilet Bowl coming in and you could hear his investigativeness could find it.
Well, now wait a minute, Rohini.
She spent so much time in this cutthroat industry and never had a negative word. Like, listen, you have Omarosa.
But wait, Rohini, she did write those emails at 5 o'clock in the morning. Now you got to admit that was tough, right?
5 o'clock in the morning. You see, this is again, they shut themselves in the foot. Because if she's sending emails at 5, it means she's up at 4 working. Right. It means she's up at 4 working. And if your day starts at 8 a.m. and you're not going to see her until 10 a.m., it is reasonable that as an employer, I want to know that you read the email between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. and have something to tell me. But they are accustomed not doing anything.
She did ask them to do their job, and maybe that was the mistake, was expecting them to do what they were paid to do. So, you know what I'm saying?
But this is their problem. They don't have that anymore. They don't have that. And there's this delusion in their mind that Harry, for some reason, if we just move Meghan, that Harry would be helpless enough to come back. I want to say this, and they're already sending threats to Meghan, and I really don't. It kind of irking my spirit that they are threatening her. Right. But I don't want to do the same thing. But let me tell you all this: do not do anything to Meghan, because Prince Harry will destroy you, and he will be the worst enemy that you could ever have.
It's gonna be amazing.
Because the one thing that you know for sure is that this man loves his wife. Right. If you're not sure about anything else, you know he loves his wife. And inside of him, sometimes there's military men tend to have a little bit of rage that they train them to have. To unleash. Right. And if you come after her, this is going to be the biggest mistake you have. He will bring it down himself. He would be the biggest movement. He will be the biggest poster child for republicanism that you have ever had. Do not buy into the delusion that he is going to come back. He is gone. You missed that boat. You had the shining star. There, you had this shining star, and you know, I think it was what's her name, Lauren. She mentioned this a little bit, and I wanted to add, blackness was not cool until recently, right? Everything that is us is recently cool. But do you know who they used to send to blackness? Prince Harry. Whenever there was an appearance or any affiliation to the royal family that had to do with blackness, who was there? Who was there?
Prince Harry.
Who did they send? Prince Harry. That's who they sent. At Mandela's funeral memorial. Who was there? Who was the only member of the royal family there? Prince Harry. So he built that. We were calling him light skin Harry before Meghan. So now that blackness is everything Beyonce said, same skin that been broken is the same skin taking over. Now that everybody want to be black, they wanted to, but guess what? You can't try to hype on a black woman. You're crazy. That's madness. That's madness.
Rohini, I'm so sorry. I took you off because there's a bad background noise and it's getting even worse. So if you could please, maybe something is like vibrating or something, but it sounds really, really bad. So if you could try to address that, and I'm going to come back to you. Valerie, you still there?
Yes, I'm still there. I'm just laughing.
Right. You can hear it too, right?
Hilarious.
It was like a, yeah. Yeah, and it was like getting louder. So I just wanted to yeah, because I was like really starting to get weird from the sound. So yeah, Rohini, I'm so sorry, but if you could take care of that background noise, whatever that is, and I'll come back to you. Okay, so Valerie, was there anything you wanted to add to that?
Yes, I have to wholeheartedly agree, because I think even when Harry had the when he had the final meeting, and he said that when he said that, I know other friends, I've got your back, you've got my back. And I thought, you know what, they're in serious trouble. I think they really, really need to understand, because anything, if a hair on Meghan's head is touched, he's going to be like a because he's got a military background. And also another thing too, the FBI is going to get in, and it's going to really, because it's gonna really explode. So I don't think it's a very good idea. The FBI will come in, because if they've got unclassified on Charles, well, everybody's got to behave themselves. And with this law, this lawsuit against this class action, the Daily Mail, and more, we don't know when it's going to start. We know sometime I start the Daily Mail, and I think that possibly if the Daily Mail goes on, I personally think they'll have election, not next year, not the year after. I think in 2 years time, I think they'll have election the end of next year immediately, because I think it's gonna.
Well, you know what else? I think too that take a look at this. This is what their problem is too, is that you see those young people?
Yes.
The young people don't care for that family. The young people don't give a toss about anything to do with the monarchy and such. And so, of course, I'm not insinuating that there's going to be people, in the streets and such, but in terms of the social media, in terms of I would say even on the streets and such, there will be some pushback if there's any harm that comes to either one of them. There's going to be great pushback, and it's going to come from the young people. The young people are the ones that have been speaking up for them in greater numbers than anybody else. And when you hear people say why they don't like the monarchy, and they began to cite things like the way they have treated the Sussexes, you know that people are watching, and people are watching in greater numbers today than it was
people are watching
before
now.
the Queen died. It has expanded since the Queen died. And even before that, you still had, voices on the social media, but it's incredible the way that even some older people, like the other day, or was it like maybe a week or so ago, when I looked at the Daily Express on YouTube, on Facebook, and they had posted an article on their Facebook about bullying or something like that. And most of the people in the comments were outraged. Leave them alone. This is not true. Don't you have anything better to do? And it wasn't just here and there. It was, I would say, at least 95% of the responses. And I took all those screenshots, and every page, but maybe one comment was very, not even necessarily pro Harry and Meghan, but that same type of energy that filled the streets of London when Princess Diana died. Could you imagine the backlash if they're not careful with the way they're treating the Sussexes?
And also, I think too. I know that with Keir Starmer, he doesn't want to do it like proportional representation. I personally think that that will come in just to save the union, because Scotland will be out, and they're going to drive. They're going to push a drive to get back in the EU, because apparently, when they had a conservative conference, many people were there, but it wasn't enthusiastic, and the place was filled to rafters about the decision of leaving the EU. The place was packed, so obviously people are getting very angry and getting very frustrated. Communities have lost everything, and so I think people are getting really fed up. And then you're getting people, and what I didn't know, when they had a demonstration in Scotland and they had a demonstration in Wales, they had demonstrations in London, Bristol, what you call Newcastle, Sheffield, Coventry, Birmingham, all over. They had demonstrations, but there's a media blackout. So basically, there is, I just feel there is something in the air. There is a shift somewhere.
Right.
It's almost like it feels, you know, you love to talk about the Narnia. Do you remember we used to see, you know, the part when they say Aslan is on the move, like the line? I believe that the line of Judah is on the move. There is a shift, and this rage. There's this rage about, you know, the unfairness, the holding on this as assets, the othering people. There is this rage, and I feel that I personally feel that Charlie is on borrowed time.
Yeah, I believe that too. I believe that too. And like I mentioned a couple times even today, that looking at the trooping of colors, and I'm looking at all of this, you know, just this and this, and I'm just like, it doesn't, as an American, it doesn't
No, it
make sense
doesn't.
to me that you and I enjoyed the day. I loved the pageantry and everything, but it's not focused on a freely elected individual and
No,
his family. It was for someone whose birthright and their family. And
family,
that's what
exactly.
the big difference is. It was all to celebrate. And then, you know, of course, the God save the queen, and then now God save the king. How long do you think
And
that
that's
can
why,
last in the age we live in?
and that's very demonic. I remember when I was 10, I had to sing it at 10, and I never sung it. And then I remember I just couldn't sing it. And then the teacher said, "You didn't sing it." I said, "No." She said, "Be careful, don't let people see you." I understand what you said. I couldn't sing it because I think God Save the King, God Save the Queen is demonic, because what you are doing, I mean, all monarchies, they have God save the country, the people, the lands. They sing about their lands. Even when my parents come from the land of Guyana or Canada, God save America. Even the Danish royal family, they sing land of God bless them with beautiful lands and this and the other. You're saying God save the king, God save the king. You're saying this woman is God. But she's old. She died. And then that's why you had a massive shock when she died. She was going to die anyway because she's old. He's going to
Exactly.
continue. And why you worship why and you why, and it's this cult. It is a cult, man. It's like being in, I felt the whole business of the funeral was a nightmare. I had to go out. Thank God I did go out. The funeral was so long. Well, it didn't need to be that long. Then what made it worse, to make sure that people were going to watch the funeral, you shut shops, you shut down shops, you shut down people's appointments. People couldn't get buried just for some old woman. It's just, and that's when people have gone. People not putting up with it, and a
And
lot of older people are not happy with the royal family either.
and still I'm waiting to hear what she's done. I know this is what they repeated on American television. She met 14 American presidents. She's known what is it, 15 prime ministers or something like that. And she took that vow to serve all her life. They kept playing that on American television, and that she was a mechanic during the war, and that's it. There was nothing else that they had to share. All I heard was, well, you know, it's part of the national identity and such and such. Okay, but what has she done? And I'm pretty fair, as you know. I couldn't tell anybody anything when people would ask me, and I did have people ask me that, and I'm going to tell you, my own brother was like thinking I was going to be so upset when she died. He had asked someone, did anybody talk to him? Is he okay? And I thought that was very touching, but it was unnecessary. But because he, my brother knows how once I'm involved with something, I'm very involved. However, none of that made a lot of sense to me then. I enjoy the soap opera of that history, but at the same time, it still doesn't make logical sense to me. It's okay when I need an escape to hear about Henry VIII and stuff like that, but it's not logical. I mean, I can watch Downton Abbey and enjoy the whole farcical storyline, but I also know that in real life, the staff and the family are not hanging out with each other and helping each other like that. No, that doesn't happen in real life. That's just a storyline and it's fun. But the reality is, how many people, like for instance, Backstairs Billy, who used to work for the Queen Mother, that's a scandal right there that
Exactly.
played out under everybody's
His
nose.
faces, exactly.
You take a young man from a small town in the UK, give him this job with the royal family, and he's exposed to things that you wouldn't speak of, let alone know it exists. And so he's got a choice. You either quit so you can, go back home, but then that would cause embarrassment for your family, right? Or you stay and accept your circumstances, and hopefully you can move someplace else within service. And these were the choices that some people made. So, yes, on the one hand, you have this idea that the queen would just make sure that everybody had the right medals and the parades were, the way that she remembered and all that kind of protocol stuff. But on the other hand, there's a lot of people that are living with sticks and carrots within that institution, and they dare not quit because people convinced them you'll never have it better than this. And I think that's what happened to Harry, is that they kept trying to convince him, as they convinced Margaret, you will never have it better than this. So it's something about that institution, whether it's demonic or whether it's a cult or whatever, that pulls in people. And if you don't have a life of your own or away from that institution, then you are so easily, I guess, vulnerable to suggestion, where it's like the, what do they call it? The Stockholm syndrome. You start
Exactly.
to identify with your abuser and you don't
Exactly.
know any other way.
Well, I think the thing what they used to do, and what they did say, she could have married him. She could have married Margaret. Could have married what's his name, Townsend. She could have married him, and she could have kept her money. But it is alleged that alleged again, the Queen Mother went behind Elizabeth's back. Because remember when she fell in love with him, people knew there was a thing, and they had to wait until she was 25. And then is allegedly, and after one, and this is another thing I discovered.
Oh no, that wasn't Armstrong, Townsend. That was the king's equerry, the other guy.
Yeah. And
was
then
he Townsend?
Yes, his name was Peter Townsend.
Oh yeah, you're right. So the other guy, Anthony Armstrong, whatever, that's the one she married.
Yes, that's the one she married.
Right?
And it was
okay, I got you.
Yeah, and allegedly that after she broke up with him, she started going to a women's a Christian group, and she started to heal, and she started getting better, and she started making better choices, until they dragged her back. Oh, she's got to do this for the Queen. She's got to do that for the Queen. And then she got involved, and then everything started going down. And then she started getting involved with, she got involved with Anthony Armstrong Jones, and she was determined to marry him.
Okay. Okay. Well, why do you think they accepted him, but the Townsend guy, was it because he was married before? Or no, he was married at the time.
He
And then
wasn't.
he
He
had
was
to
a
divorce.
divorcee because his wife had an affair, and his wife had an affair, and the man she married was a viscount or something. Also,
Oh,
Armstrong
okay.
Jones was also Armstrong Jones. I think he also came from title as well. He also was from title. That's why they think, but he was a photographer, but he was a bit of a wild man, and he also had a child from a previous relationship as well.
Okay. Okay.
And she was 29 at the time, and she started going funny, so that's why they didn't think. But the truth is that the thing is with Harry, because he went in the army and he lived away, he went away for 10, he spent 10 years in the army, and then he did a lot of traveling. Because he was because when he was at the Obama Foundation, he was speaking to Melody Hobson. And
I
then
saw that one. That was
yeah,
great.
that was really good when he talked about when he went to the West Indies. He talked to, and he said that it was a little boys and girls were telling him that what the problems, and he said that he said, what do you think about them telling you? And they say, Prince Harry, you see, this is what you've caused, this is what you've done. He said he has to kind of agree with them, because he said 6-year-olds was having conversations with them, telling him things. So he's lived in the real world. And then he also said, and they've said, he would rather suck up oil from an engine than stay in the royal family. He said it when he was 20. It was boring. He didn't like it. He doesn't want to sit around. He told them that, but they don't want to listen to that. And then apparently it was alleged that the court just told him he can't leave all this, and at one point they were showing to the paintings and things like that. But the problem.
So what I'm going to do with what you just said, I am posting that link with the conversation with Melanie Hobson. I actually have that saved on my playlist, my private playlist. So I'm posting it right there. So if you guys want to see that before I forget to mention it, it is in the community tab. It's a great sit down.
Good.
And what I love about it is that during that time, Harry was so respectful to those young people. He wasn't trying to lead the conversation in any way. It was a great period of time where he didn't say anything. He just let them have that platform, or should I say, he, I would say, stepped aside from the platform and let them, be the focus of it, instead of him trying to, create some self-important. I thought that was incredible. And that just shows right there
that was lovely when he
has so much humility as a human being, that instead of any grandstanding or trying to identify with stuff that he can't, he lets you know that wasn't my experience. I don't come from that experience. And I know that I don't come from that experience. I thought that was incredible. So, yeah, thank you for mentioning that. So I did put that on the community tab for anybody who wants to watch it. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. That was all I wanted to say. Is I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows it's there.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I thought you were. I thought maybe you were going to finish a point before I interrupted.
Yes, I was going to say that. I also think another thing which I also really admired about him is when he said, when they were on the Commonwealth Trust, and he was saying the difficult conversations we have to have. And then when he were trying to him and Mary talk about what was the past and what they can think in the future, and what he said was that there are over 1 million people in the Commonwealth countries. I think they're 53 or 52. I'm part of it, and I still don't remember. Apparently, what he said was they're under the age of 29. Again, young people, and they just refuse to listen.
Yeah. And what didn't he tell Oprah? He was telling Oprah that it was something to do with the Commonwealth, and then he pointed at Meghan and said, see, right, you have that right here when it
Yes,
comes to the young men. And so it was an opportunity to do some good things, great things on behalf of, the Commonwealth, for the Commonwealth, that was totally lost because they drove them out of the
well,
institution. It's a missed opportunity. And when I say time and time again, I say, I believe there were conversations had before they married. That's what I'm talking about. That they obviously love each other. But
yes,
in order to join this family, I need to have a defined role. I believe is what Meghan wanted to secure before she says, okay, let's do this. And they promised
they
this is what's
promised.
available to you. But they took it because it looked too easy for her. She did
Mhm.
things without effort. People uh, were ecstatic about the Sussexes to the point that jealousy
Yes,
rose up. But I do believe they promised these things. They just didn't keep the promise.
yes, I believe
After
so
that, it
too.
was 50% or less. Yep. That's what I believe is that Harry, the Queen, and whomever, they ironed these things out. But it was something about Harry and Meghan and their star quality, their ability to light up a space that suddenly, oh, you know what? You this and that, and you're too much, and we need you to be less than 50% and all that kind of stuff. There's no way in the world she would have consented to join that family if she would have known that that was the outcome. There's no way. I don't think that
That is
Meghan
true.
would do anything without certain things being addressed. I don't see her as someone who's so like for lack of a better word, gullible that she would just go into a situation like that without some concrete agreements. But it wasn't carved in stone. There was a lot of jealousy. There was a lot of resentment with their popularity. And then suddenly they started taking things away from them.
To
Yep,
be
that's
honest,
what I believe.
yes, that is true. I do agree with you there. Because they did spend a lot of time with the Queen Mother, not the Queen Mother, with his grandmother, his parents. He's always talking to them. So they must have sat down and they had a discussion. And because you remember when remember when after Archie was born, and then they said that, oh, we just come from seeing the Duke of Edinburgh. They were always there. And they were always obviously
Mm-hmm.
carving out things and what she could do. And she's saying that's why the Queen gave her the dogs. And you remember when the Queen had her, they gave her the dogs and the things like that. And then she took her on the train. And it was
Uh-huh.
and this is from my daughter's friends worked with who worked for the Queen. They said that, oh, they've watched. I asked them, my daughter told what was she like, and she said that Meghan was always sweet. The staff really liked her. She had a lovely accent. They loved how she speaks so softly, and they always said she smelled so nice. They always loved things, and like she came in and she had lovely perfumes and things like that. So people really liked her, but there was it's something to do with what happened afterwards. And
Mm-hmm.
then you remember when the Queen said, she said, they told me how difficult it was.
Mm-hmm.
So she was telling, but they still, I just feel that in many ways, it's sad. I did feel sad that they left, but in many ways, it's probably a blessing in disguise. Let them go and live her life, because even if they stayed and they were nice to them, it would have started to go down a hill. And William and the problem with them is that they were a light. There is a saying, darkness cannot chase out darkness. Light chases out darkness. And William and Catherine's relationship looks very off. Harry and Meghan's relationship looks really, and what people are seeing is proper love as opposed to performance. And that is one of the reasons why they were driven them away. Because a lot of people like performance as opposed they don't like the real thing. You know, if you once you do the performance, you go to church, you do performance, you go to this, it doesn't mean anything, but as long as you're performing.
Right. And one thing is a constant is you can't fake that kind of love. And
No,
even with a certain amount of I would say limitations, as much as the tabloids have attacked them, they don't ever really try to attack that. They might say that they are very touchy-feely, but they never attack the idea that they love each other. That's
no, they
one
don't.
line that they never cross for whatever reason. They just don't.
No, they don't.
Yeah, and that's curious right there, because it would seem like, stripping him of his rank and his titles with the military and everything, they take such glee in all of that. You would think that, that right there would be something so obvious. And for whatever reason, it's just like I always say, you never really heard Trump say anything about Michelle Obama. I think he may have mentioned her a couple of times, but he mostly stayed away from that. I don't know what it is about her that made that, like that for him, but it's just certain things people don't touch. And that's one that they never bother with. It's weird too, because the derangers, they love to try to get in our heads with, oh, did you hear this? Something just so silly and contrived and made up just so that they could, try to undermine our confidence in some kind of way, which is so ridiculous. But that's like the little games that they play. But you just don't get that from the media for whatever reason. So, yeah. So I guess as bad as things have been, it could always be worse. But that's just one that they stray away from, and thank goodness for that. So, or as they say, thank God for small favors. Oh man. But I have Sean waiting in the wings. I'm going to put Sean on, and feel free to stick around, Valerie, if you like. And
Thank you.
Rohini, are you still there? I just realized you're still there. Sean.
Hello, can you hear
here.
me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. The queen is doing fine. She sends you her best.
I'm gonna have to wave down, wave up to her, I mean.
Wait, no, that's not Philip, Your Majesty. Give me a minute. Well, anyway, there's so many things that I want to say, and few things. But what really got me last week when the reports of the dog whistles towards Meghan. And let me be very clear on something. And with this, and people say, I don't understand how they could be doing. They're doing it when the world can see. When you're dealing with racism and people who are racist and have so much hatred in their hearts for a person's skin color, they don't care what they lose. They don't care what you say about them. Long as they get to keep their racism, they're good. Let me give you a perfect example. The past 3 or 4 years when these couples don't want to bake cakes for a lesbian couple, and couples using the N-word in businesses, before they would apologize, they would sit up there and literally lose their business, because they want to hold on to their hatred. And if people don't think that this royal family won't lose everything to hold on to their hatred, I don't know what else I could tell you, because there's no rehabilitation in people like them. They're too far gone. They're too deep into it. So all this, well, maybe they need to sit down and have a talk or a discussion or come to some kind of agreement. It's not going to happen. Their racism overshadows what their heart know it's right. Their racism overshadows money. Their racism overshadows what the people are saying. They know these people are angry these young people are angry. They know these people are protesting, but they don't care. Their racism and their hatred and their vitriol is more than what anybody could even think of, what I'm trying to explain to people. So London is going to have to fall, and it's going to fall hard because of the people who are in that palace right about now, and the people in the men in gray suits, and even Parliament, who is allowing this stuff to happen. Now, what I want to say is, and I want people to pay very close attention to this, no matter what people think about Meghan, B-list actress, D-list actress, we don't know who she is, and I always tell people this: if you don't think that this girl is not well connected, and I say girl because she's younger than me, and she could be my little sister. And every time I hear someone saying something about her, I get kind of pissed. So I say girl. But if they don't think that this woman, girl, well, however you want to, whatever you want to call her, is well connected, they are sadly mistaken. Let me give you a perfect example. This woman is connected to the United Nations. This girl is connected to the White House. This girl is connected to politicians. This girl is connected to other royal families overseas. This girl is connected to continents. This girl is before Harry. Let me be very clear. Before Harry. And because people want to give that notion, oh, she just only became relevant when she married Prince Harry. No, do a background check on her. She has been relevant. The only thing is, the difference between her and the people like the Beyoncés and the Rihannas is that Meghan do a lot of her work behind the scenes. All the other women who are in pop culture are in front of the camera that we know of. And we in a generation who believes that if you are in front of the camera, you are relevant. And that is not true. That's where we are misinformed. A lot of the time, it's the people who are behind the scenes doing things are the ones who are really the movers and shakers, who pay the people, the Beyoncés and the Rihannas, to get on camera to do certain things or to promote certain things. And that's where we get it twisted at. So if you could pay the people on camera so much money, just think about how much money the people behind the scenes have. So I want to go on by saying this: if something were to happen to her, and I pray to God it doesn't happen. I'm not wishing that, and I don't even really want to speak on it. But what I want to do is get a clear picture of something. If something were, no matter if it looked like something or not, it doesn't matter. This girl is connected. And a lot of people in that political world and the United Nations and all these different continents are going to be very ticked off. And that is going to look it's going to be bad, because they're going to come down on Parliament, and Parliament is going to have to come down on that family. I'm telling you, it's not going to end well. And not only that, and this is the worst part, Harry, before Harry met Meghan, Harry had a serious anger issue. He was always a fighter. He was always angry, and I get it. Even before his mama died, because he was there when his mama was going through all that stuff with Charles and what's her name?
Camilla.
Who?
Camilla.
Who?
Camilla.
Who? Well, anyway, and Harry was angry. So when Camilla says, when that's her name, right? When she says that Harry was looking at her a lot of times across the room with his side eye, he was remembering everything that his mother had happened to his mother, since he could have memories of the situation with his mother and her and Charles. Harry is just an angry man who's waiting to let loose. And the only reason why, and I'm going to say this, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, the only reason why Harry haven't let loose yet, number one, it was 3 reasons. Number one, his grandmother. Number 2, he went into the military and they helped him with his anger issues. But they have to realize something. Harry trained on the front lines, he was a special forces. Harry was knocking terrorists off right and left, because this is why they have this hit out on him right now. Harry was knocking them down. Now, that was all part of his anger. Number 3, Meghan. Meghan is the one who helped Harry control his anger. This is why the Queen wanted to meet whoever this woman was that Harry was seeing that brought about a big change in him. The Queen wanted to see her, and it turned out to be Meghan. And from what I was told, from what I'm understanding, when the Queen found out it was Meghan and Harry wanted to marry her, the Queen did not hesitate to say yes, because she had never seen Harry make a big change like he did. Now, let me be very clear with this. If you notice the way Harry speaks about Meghan and his children, but especially Meghan, anything were to happen, and God forbid, I hope it never does, but anything was to go that way, they are gonna release the animal in Harry like they have never seen before. No, and y'all, people might think I'm just making this up or trying to be funny, but I'm telling the truth. There is an anger still bottled up in Harry, especially after his mother passed, that he has not gotten off his chest. If anything happens to this woman, God help the royal family, God help the royal reporters, God help the Daily Fail, God help Rupert Murdoch, because Harry is got all that training that he took and all that anger he has. And I'm not saying I want Harry to do anything crazy, but they are not going to be able to control Harry. I'm telling y'all right now, we have to keep praying that nothing happens to this woman, because Harry is going to lose his mind. But something else I noticed. Remember when the Queen passed and Charles and William, who lost half the Commonwealth with his wife, just in case if y'all didn't know that, they were over with the Queen, and the Queen was pissed. But they were over with the Queen, and from what I'm understanding from people who worked there, the servants that was there, said when they found out Harry was just a few so-called blocks away or near the palace, the castle where they were, William and Charles broke out of there. They got the hell, they couldn't figure out why they were leaving, but they left, and they left fast, because they knew what they did. They knew how they left Harry out of it, and they knew Harry was angry. So if William and Charles bailed out of there before Harry got to that door, just imagine what's going to happen if something happens to Meghan. They were already scared that when Harry get there, he was going to lay hands on them. So they left then. Just imagine what they're going to do if something, but I'm going to go back to the beginning. When you are a racist and a hateful, spiteful person, you don't think about things like that until after the fact. And when after the fact, it's going to be all over. I pray that Parliament and the people hurry up and get rid of these people before something bad happens. They got to take them out of power. They have to take them out of power, because this has already, a long time ago, has went too damn far. And the dog whistles that they are putting out there is disgusting. Shout out to Andrew, but it's just disgusting. And I just want everybody to know, let me tell you something. God works in mysterious ways. God could put it where God is the king of all kings. Let's get that straight right now. God could make it where he could turn the people and Parliament against Charles and that woman, whoever he's married to, her. He could turn the people against them, take them out, change Kate and William's mind about even wanting, and make Harry take it and change that whole situation around. See, God would make people, your enemies, your footstool. God would let them live so they could be punished by bowing to Harry and Meghan. They won't know why they're bowing. They won't even know why they're doing it. This is written in the Bible. This is not my thoughts. This is written. Right. God can make them, every time you see them on TV, they are bowing their heads to Meghan and Harry. And I just want y'all to just keep praying for Harry, keep praying for Meghan, keep praying for those babies, because these people are evil. Especially that, what's her name? Angela Levin. Where's she at? I know she's on here. Where's Baron?
Angela Levin.
You don't get to call me evil. Well, if you think I'm evil, then why would you invite me on the show? Then don't invite me on the show.
Well, I'm
No,
asking a
she
question.
was very,
I,
she was very, with the abuse of those children. She knew what was going on. She didn't say anything.
Uh-huh.
but they don't
Yep.
care about the kids. And this is what I also hope doesn't happen. I hope they don't try to make a they're gonna try to get at Harry the best way they can. I hope they don't try to make a play for those kids. If they try to do something
Lord have
to,
mercy.
let's just say if it back, oh God, I don't even want to mention this, but let's just
Oh
say if
God.
I'm not even gonna mention his name, but let's just say if something happened to one of our faves, the male part of it, they're gonna try, and I'm telling y'all this right now. They're gonna try to make a play for those kids, but the problem is those kids are really U.S. citizens too. They're both citizens, and they're in the United States. So they're gonna try to make a power move by law to try to get those kids back to London just to get at Meghan. I don't trust these people as far as I could throw them. This is
No.
not a fight that family want with Harry. I promise. He's being nice. He's always being kind and he's always being considerate. But the nicest people, the most kindest, the most considerate, is like a puppy dog. You keep backing it into a corner, you keep hitting it with a stick, you get keep crying. But after a certain amount of time, that dog gets vicious. And when the dog come out of Harry, Rottweiler,
Lord have mercy.
shout out to Camilla, it's not gonna be pretty. I'm telling people this right now. I wish this hurry up and get over with because I'm having a funny feeling whatever they do, and if something happens to two of our faves or one of our faves, Harry is not gonna take it lying down, and he's not gonna do no documentaries. He's not gonna sit down for no interviews. He is gonna, what we call in the hood, he gonna lay hands, but his hands are going to be deadly hands. And I really do believe, and I don't want to put that out there like that, but Harry is going to snap and he's not going to be able to take anymore. And it's going to get ugly. But I'm just letting y'all know this is what I've been noticing and paying attention to. Harry mannerisms.
It's alleged that when he found out about William, he beat him up. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if
Okay.
this is true. I don't know if this is true, but if it is, it would make sense of why Charles and Harry bailed the hell up out of that place, left the queen there on her bed, all cold and stiff, and left her there. And from what them servants said, they got out of there so fast. They never seen Charles run like that before in his life.
Well,
They
it
said
is curious. It is curious that they had dinner at another house while Harry was there. They left Harry there by himself and they removed themselves from the house, which I'm sure has plenty cooks and everything, but they decided to go eat dinner someplace else.
They
Now that is,
removed them.
or did they just say dinner just as an excuse to be away from the house?
No, they
So
got
you
it.
got strangers up in the house preparing your mother for her glory. You got strangers in the house, and you would leave them there unsupervised while you go, have dinner someplace else. Now that does sound strange because
Wow.
one of the things that's important at that point is the custody of her remains. You want to make sure that nobody's taking pictures or what, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just to keep it out. And just like I said, I thought it was awfully strange that the queen is near death. You can see it in the photos. She's near death, and you are over at some other house doing a television interview for NBC in America. I thought that was strange.
Well, you
don't care enough about your own mother who looks near death. You got time to go do a TV interview.
Well, Baron, here's the thing. Remember for the Jubilee, William was on the balcony with the Queen, and they had that little, I want to say demon seed of a child. The person. Little Lucifer. Yeah. He was cutting up, and William was trying to straighten him out. The Queen said, "Stand up straight." And then William told her, because the cameras was on, William told her, I was just trying to fix. And she interrupted him and told him to stand up straight. She wanted him, don't worry about the child. Just stand up straight. It was how you supposed to look. And it's making me think because they grew up so cold and so cold towards each other because how they were raised. And I'm not saying what they're doing now is an excuse, but I see how they grew up without that being hugged and being nurtured and you know how mothers really do. And I don't have anything against the queen. That's what I'm not trying to say. But what I'm trying to say is they grew up so cold and so lonely and so sheltered. Because remember what Harry said, he grew up in a bubble. He only hung around people like him, like other royal families and dignitaries and politicians and people with wealth. He never hung out with people like the average Joe until he went into the military. And where his brother was sleeping rough with a black man, that's when he started figuring out there are other people out there going through other things. And then when they started sending him all over to Africa, in the worst parts of Africa, which was their big mistake, they thought they were punishing him, but they didn't realize they were helping him. Not only did they help him by sending him to them worst parts and have him living in worse conditions, but it led him to Meghan. And that's their fault. And that's the part that nobody's talking about. See, God works in mysterious ways for a reason. His thoughts are higher than our thoughts. His ways are higher than our ways. And they didn't realize what they were doing, but they were building him up to look like a king. And don't be too surprising if they build him up not knowing to be the king.
But isn't it alleged that Nostradamus said that he predicted the Queen's death, and he also said that a man who's not to be king will be the king, and people say it's going to be Harry. That's what it is alleged.
Well, here's the thing. The man who's not supposed to be king, that could be anybody. Hell, it might be even Baron. So
or Princess Anne.
Oh,
or
God.
Princess Anne.
or Edward.
No, I mean, king, not queen. King.
I mean, because he has the perfect maxi coat with those bulging dyes and high heel platform shoes and, whatever. But it teaches on. But yeah, but I don't know. I don't really keep up with the Notre Dame thing because I just like to stick straight to my spirituality, whether he was right or whether he was wrong.
I was just mentioning it.
But, no. I get it. Yeah, I don't have nothing. No, I don't have nothing against you for saying it because I get it because I've been hearing about Notre Dame for years. But it could be possible and it could be true. But for what I'm seeing, like you said, it would be a real kick in their butts to make Harry king. And that's what the young folks would want anyway. And you know what's funny about that? Making Harry king, it would mean that the firm, if the royal family was to go away, that means all that money that comes in would have to go away too. Meaning they're not going to make that money anymore. So what do you think the firm is going to do? The firm is going to have to bend over backwards, suck it up, and do what they think is right for as if Harry has to be king. You see what I'm saying? Because they don't want to lose out on all of that money that's going to come in. So all those tax people payers money is going to have to go back to the people now. So therefore, they don't get that money anymore. Therefore, somebody's going to be broke, just like Will and Kate lost half the Commonwealth and the Queen lost a lot of her money.
Well, and those duchies, like the Duchy of Cornwall and the Duchy of Lancaster, those are counties. And then, of course, Jersey Island, the Isle of Man, those are like possessions of the crown. Those don't belong to the government. Those are the sovereigns. And so they never mention Jersey Island. They never mention the Isle of Man. But there are people, because it wasn't until like a few years ago when you hear a person say landlord, for us, we think just real estate. Well, for the purposes of the aristocracy, you as a noble have done something noble for the crown. And so you have been awarded say, the county of Lancaster or the county of Cornwall. And so you are the one taxing the people. And if you don't pay tax, but you're taxing people, then that means you have a constant income. And so it went on like that for centuries, that these people that were big landowners, they were taxing their citizens. It's a weird thing in that in the UK, you may own a building, but you don't own the land. It's
Yeah.
like
It,
everybody's living in the trailer park.
and it's
You
funny. I
don't
don't know.
own the
Go ahead.
building, but I mean, you own the building, but you don't own the land. And so a lot of those, like Prince Charles, he is a huge landlord to all these people that he tax. But the money that he takes in from Cornwall, that goes into his duchy. That's his money. And that
And
was a duchy that was created so that the heir to the throne would have an income and not be dependent upon the sovereign for money. And then the Duchy of
and
Lancaster was created as a duchy for the sovereign so that whether the country is doing good or bad, you always have an income coming in. And so they are
but
taxing people
mhm.
directly, and then they expanded those duchies into owning a stadium, an investment portfolio. So they went from being a duchy to something like a multi conglomerate corporation that has holdings in some good places and some dark places, and all of that makes up the wealth of the queen or king or whatever sovereign and the heir to the throne. But there's nothing
Baron,
like that for the rest of the family.
Baron, question. Were we talking about this on
Sure.
your channel with Queen Elizabeth? She was not just the Queen of England, but they called her the Queen of England. She was the Queen of something else.
Well, let me see. Okay. So I may have been talking about Scotland, where if Scotland is, if Scotland passes a referendum and they're no longer part of the United Kingdom, she would still be the Queen of Scotland, or now Charles would still be the King of
Yeah.
Scotland. So his monarchy to Scotland has nothing to do with whether, because Scotland, the King James, when he became king, he united. He was James the First in England, but I think he might have been James the Seventh or something in Scotland. So he united the two kingdoms, or should I say, he ruled the two kingdoms, and then it may have been James the Third, perhaps, or whichever James it was of the UK. I mean of England, who was the king when the two kingdoms were united under the United Kingdom, of course. And then the Union Jack became the flag because Scotland has a flag, England has a flag. So the X stripes in the Union Jack represent Scotland. The regular cross in the flag represents England. And so Jack is the nickname for James. And so James said, in order to get people to rally around this flag, then you can name it for me the Union Jack, and so that's where that comes from, is that it unites the two countries plus Wales and then eventually Northern Ireland. And so that's where that comes about. So he would still be king of Scotland unless they came up with another referendum to get rid of him completely. That likely won't happen. They just want out of that union. Now that's the
Yeah.
way I understand it.
Because what I'm understanding is the Queen, because I don't even like to call Charles the King, which he is the king, but I don't like calling him the king because he's been a prince all my life. So I'll just have to get used to that. But the Queen was the queen of the whole entire United Kingdom, which makes me think there is more to this story. There's more money than what we know about. Because I know they did the top 5 royal families, in which the royal families who had the most money, and I think Elizabeth family reigned like at number 5. You know, the Arabs and the Saudis, you know, they take the first 3 spots. Well, you know that, but anyway, it's fun. It's
I think the
funny.
Sultan of Brunei usually takes the first spot. The Sultan of Brunei, he's the one who, like, all of the wealth from the oil and everything, all of that is his. So I think it
Is that
usually starts with the Sultan of Brunei.
no, I think it's the one from what I was looking at on YouTube when they did it on YouTube. I'm thinking it's the one with the beard, and he's his father's king, but he's the prince, but he locked up all his brothers in a hotel, put them in jail in a hotel. The
No,
one
that would be Saudi Arabia, I think. Or is it
yeah,
I think that would be Saudi Arabia. Yeah.
I think it's one. It's either one you said it or the one else. It's one of them two. Doesn't matter. They're rich. But anyway, but if you really think about it, these people are. How can I put this without being rude? These people are connected with so much. So it's kind of tricky because it's like, there's a divide because people like Harry, but then people who are on their side because the money aspect of it. You see what I'm saying? So it's all these protests, which there is a media blackout, and I hate when they do that, but there's a media blackout. But eventually, it's coming through because of social media and all these different apps. So it's slowly starting to come through, but eventually, Charles is gonna have to make a decision because Parliament is gonna have to get involved. It's getting too bad. It's getting really bad. And I had a feeling years ago. I said if the Queen passed, people are not gonna want Charles in that position. Technically, this was Diana's time, but she's not here anymore. But what I wanted to say was, the crowds are growing bigger and bigger, and people are making too much noise. And Charles is not going to be able to hide in Buckingham Palace for too much longer. The guards are not going to be able to keep the people out. Remember in Royal Pass, where people just storm castles or storm this person, just like they stormed the Capitol for a dumb reason, of course.
Well,
but for their reason, it's not going to be able to stand like this for too much longer.
Let me tell you what I learned about the French Revolution, and that is that when the institutions started to collapse, and every empire does have a point in which it collapses. That always happens. And so when the French Empire collapsed, when they deposed the king, and the thing is, they tried to give him an opportunity to rule as as a constitutional monarchy, but then people kept talking him into being so absolute, right? And that was his mistake. And then when he tried to escape, he ended up stopping for lunch and eating under a shady tree. And he had this big glamorous carriage. Instead of going looking like a hobo, he decided that he wanted to look like a baller. And so eventually they were like, okay, you ain't cooperating, kill him. All right. So when that happened, they plundered everything. And they took stuff from here, there, and everywhere. And anybody aristocratic was fair game. And I didn't know this until like maybe a few years ago, that they actually went to Saint Denis, where all of the kings and queens are buried, and they broke into every grave and took everything off the corpses they wanted and just discarded the bodies like they were rags. And that's how far revolution goes. So one day you're very secure, you're very pompous, you're very arrogant, and you think that you can always fool all the people all of the time until you can only fool some of the people some of the time. And all the way up until that moment, as they say, pride cometh before the fall.
What that Bible says.
And that's what's going to happen, is that all of this divine right of kings and stuff like that, which when they made that play, Charles III, that's exactly what it was about. Is that Charles III became king, and he started getting a little bit too big for his britches. And who brought him down? It was the prime minister that turned against him because he refused to sign a law. He decided he wanted to dictate, which we know Charles has been dictating and intervening with Parliament for quite some time. And so, as they say, art imitates life. So it would be really interesting. You don't even need a Nostradamus for that. This is happening in real time. Charles has been warned about meddling into the affairs of state. And you see, Liz Truss just told him, where you think you're going? Well, I got this speech and I'm the CLP 20. You ain't going nowhere. Have a seat, Charlie. And she does it. And Liz Truss, that's why I tell you guys, when I tell you I'm fascinated with Liz Truss, that is why she fascinates me, because Liz Truss is a loose cannon. She says the quiet parts out loud. She speaks in anecdotes without really thinking. And so, even though a lot of people are just kind of dismissing her, trust me when I say this, Liz Truss has an agenda of her own, and she done already showed you that she will do tough things when she feel like it. They might have to take her out of there in shackles or something, because she is not afraid to exercise her authority. She didn't hesitate. She didn't hesitate. She got in there wrecking the economy, telling Charles to sit down somewhere. And she's actually spoke against monarchy.
Yeah.
Not once, but several times.
Right. Yes, when she was a
She's on the record.
Yes, when she was a Liberal Democrat and she was saying 17. It was Charles I. And basically he bankrupted the country for 10 years for the divine rights of kings. And when he finally wanted to make a deal, they decided had enough. It was ridiculous. And that's why they wanted Charles III to change his name. And he said no.
Well, look, history repeats itself. When you haven't learned from history, history repeats itself, and it always comes back 10 times worse than what it was before. Charles is named after a former king who fell in disgrace. He's going to fall in the same, because he's doing the same thing. His arrogance is going to bring that whole entire family, except for Harry and Meghan, bring them down. His hatred is going to bring them. He wants to be this strong king. He wants to be this king that rules with an iron fist. But what he's not paying attention to is the people. The people, and this is what I always try to tell people, even with police officers, even with government, even with dictators, eventually the people get tired and they get angry, where they can't feed their families, they can't get any medical, they can't get any relief, and they revolt. Even when you're on your job, I don't understand something about wealthy people. People are the ones who make you. They are the ones that can either make you or break you. Why don't you take care of your people? And when you take care, even when you're at work, when you're at work,
they got teenage girls about to topple the government in Iran. This has been going on for a month, and they cannot contain it. These are teenage girls about to topple one of the strictest regimes in the world. And now you got the police involved in the protests. And who would have thought a month ago that would have happened?
Let me tell you, read your Bible. God said it's going to come through children. If God put the strength and the know-how into kids to do his will, there's nothing the richest man in the world and the richest country and most powerful country with the biggest guns in the world can do about it. Because when God says so, it's done.
done.
There's no questions. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no thinking about it. Whatever God says is done. When he said it, it's going to be done. And if he takes teenage girls to bring that country down to its knees and make them do right by their people, then it's going to be done. That's in Iran, Iraq, United States.
I don't get any
the
of
United
it.
Kingdom,
What do you mean?
anywhere.
I don't get why we're so obsessed with these humans that are exactly the same. Like, it could be us four sitting there. I just don't get it.
But are you talking about what you mean as royals, or as like Kim Kardashian? Because for me, they're becoming celebrities.
Well, to me, that's all they are.
The Queen
Leave
is
the Kardashians out of it.
is brilliant.
I love the Queen.
No, duty, responsibility.
She's always
figurehead.
worked really hard,
But
hasn't
I would
she?
work hard if the whole country paid for me to have like 12
Yes.
houses and work really hard.
They don't
Yes.
pay for all of the houses, but
Just a few.
Okay,
I
a few
love
houses.
her.
It doesn't matter. You paid me. You paid
love
for one
her.
house. That's Buckingham Palace. I'll do whatever work y'all need. I have servants. I live in a big giant palace like Buckingham. I have people waiting on me hand and foot. I have people putting toothpaste on my toothbrush, running my bath water, vacuuming the rug, and the only thing I have to do is sit up there, watch TV, wear a crown, make a speech, ride in a carriage, wave my hands, and say hello to people. Are you serious?
You
And that you
forgot
call that
iron
work?
your shoelaces.
You yeah, okay, that too. Actually, I like to iron my shoelace, but that's another whole story. But anyway, it just doesn't. They call this work. They actually really believe going to places, waving at people, taking a picture, or giving them a picture of themselves, which I think is very arrogant. They call that work, and then staying there for 5 or 10 minutes, then leaving. They call that work. That is not. Maybe in England, that's
Wait, and
they
if
consider
they-
that work.
If they do 2 engagements in a day, then that's 2 days of work. If they do 2 engagements in a day, then you've just performed 2 days of work.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you said
time
that.
and time again, Kate was the least active in the entire senior royals of the family. She was
Okay.
the least active, and they used that excuse that she was raising her kids the whole time, and that she was hands-on as a mother with a house full of nannies everywhere. That's what they said, is that she couldn't do those things all that time, but now she has to do them. Isn't it miraculous that, let's say she's doing twice as much as what she used to do? That twice as much doesn't explain why she was unable to do those things in the past. It was because she didn't want to. And then when they said that she was lazy, nobody disputed that on behalf of Kate, on behalf of the royal family. They said the Queen said that she was lazy, not once, but several times. And you know what? They didn't intervene in any way. They let it just like it was go out there, and nobody corrected it, because the Queen was trying to say to her that if you want this life, then you need to work. The Queen had spotted her as lazy and mediocre from day one. And for the Queen to think somebody is not altogether there, then you know it must have been obvious. And it was, and they didn't do anything about it. She didn't do another day's work because of the criticism. She started hiding behind those kids.
Well, here's the thing. Remember, you said it took 2 engagements, right?
Right.
Okay, just think, it comes full circles. Didn't it take 2 engagements over in the islands for Will and Kate to lose half the Commonwealth? Now
When they come through the door, they said, "We're leaving."
But wait, this is why. But this is why. Oh, it's all right, Queenie. You don't have to point. But this is why the Queen liked Meghan. I don't care what the royal reporter said. The Queen liked Meghan because when they vetted her, the Queen knew everything Meghan has done and what she was doing. When she met Meghan, she liked Meghan because she knew Meghan was about business. But the royal reporters will tell you the Queen can't stand Meghan. The Queen doesn't like Meghan. Meghan hurt the Queen feelings. No, the Queen actually adored Meghan. Why? Because Meghan was a workaholic. Meghan did actual work. Remember what Prince Charles says, it's not going to be easy to break Meghan. Remember that.
Well, and then of course the Commonwealth was, they say, the Queen's biggest thing was the Commonwealth, and the last great chance for the Commonwealth was the person that they chased out the country. Now there's no chance for the Commonwealth. And when Kate and William went to the Caribbean, one by one, they were just like, "This ain't working out for us, boo." One by one, just because they showed up, wasn't anything they said or done. It was just, "You're here. You're not Harry and Meghan." Like the one guy said, they should have sent Harry and Meghan. That's what he said. They should have sent Harry and Meghan, but they
But
didn't.
it's
They
that
sent the
it
mediocre Middleton girl, and they sent the angry one, and nobody was really buying it.
and
So
I think that's one of the reasons why the Queen left Buckingham. Well, first of all, Philip had passed. She left Buckingham Palace. She didn't want to go back there anymore. She wanted to go because she knew she was old. She was just tired. And I think she just gave up on the family. She seen them for who they were. She knew they were going to be a bunch of losers and a bunch of idiots. So therefore, she just left it to them to do whatever it was so she could live out her final days. She was just done with them. And the thing about that is, she knew that they were messing up. She knew they kept messing up. And Meghan and Harry was their hope. But like I said, their hatred and their racism reigns over common sense. Even the titles that they have, their racism always reigns supreme. So what they did was try to embarrass Harry and Meghan as much as they possibly can, send them to this place and that place. But everywhere they sent them, people adored them, and they couldn't understand why. They can't understand, why do these people like them? Why they're not listening to us? Why people don't hate Meghan? Why people are not trying to get rid of Meghan? Why people want Meghan? Why people Meghan? They can't figure it out because their arrogance and their hatred and their racism, and they're just so stupid and don't have the common sense to see what's really going on. This is the same person that they wanted out of England. She's gone. This is the same person that they keep harassing, keep lying on constantly. Even if she was to go back into acting, which I wish she would, but even if she go back into acting, they're going to do whatever they can to call producers and directors and whoever they can to stop her from getting jobs. So my thing is this: she's gone. You mean to tell me now you don't even want her to get a job anymore? You hate her that much that not only do you don't want her to get a job, but you don't want her to feed her kids. But if you think about what happened with BAFTA, when Prince William won his own damn award, which doesn't make no damn sense. This is why when you see that when he won, the people in the audience were not that thrilled, because I think it was, they put Meghan to do some work with the actors and with BAFTA and all that kind of, and they took that title away from her because she moved back to the States with Harry. And those people were kind of ticked off about that. Nobody's not talking about that. This is why Kate and William didn't get a real warm reception from them when they got there.
Oh, did you see the video where they walked in and nobody applauded? It was like it was like a funeral. Nobody said a word. They walked in. Kate was grinning and grinning and grinning, and they went to their seats. But I was just like, it was glaringly obvious that none of the people in BAFTA applauded when they walked in the room. It was very quiet, and then after that, they just stopped coming.
Because of Harry and Meghan. Now, this is Meghan Forte, even though she does goodwill with her charities and everything, but Meghan is an actress, so they understand Meghan. Meghan understand them. They are a small group, and when they see you took the person who we relate to through your family away from us, who we adore, who we liked, and we know her history, and we know the things that she's done, and she know how to speak our language. When you took her away, and now you're putting yourself in that position, we're going to have a problem. Not only that, you're nominated for an award that you give out, but you win it for yourself. Remember when you're looking at Downton Abbey when Lady Grantham kept winning all them
I
awards?
was just thinking about that. But don't you win every year? Well, yes. Well, I mean, my garden is. Of course, oh, she was just beside herself.
Yeah. I think my gardener does a very good job. Yeah, I remember that. It was too funny, but it was like that. So you gave yourself your award. You might have a good documentary, whatever it was, but you gave yourself. You should have taken yourself out of that position, and you wonder why. Then you made the people even more mad. So whoever's advising these people, remember, Harry said they live in a bubble. And whoever is in this bubble advising them, they
Shannon, Mo Shannon is holding. So
oh
what
yeah,
I'm
I'm gonna
going
let
to
you go
do
because
is
I
I
have to
want
go to
to
work.
end with Mo Shannon. I want to give her a chance to talk.
I'm gonna get out of here because I have to go to work. But I just want y'all to know one more thing. Andrew, you're a sick old man.
Oh, somebody's been practicing. Somebody's been practicing. Okay, so Mo, I'm coming over to you. Rohini, I am so sorry. I'm going to try to finish with Mo Shannon, and then I'm going to say goodnight to you guys because we are approaching the 5th hour now, which was totally unexpected when I sat down. I'm actually standing because my behind was starting to hurt. So, Mo, if you're ready, I'm going to put you in right now. Hello, Mo Shannon.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, gang. Miss you guys.
Okay. So it's been a while, obvious, just for a little background in case people are unaware. If you were on that particular day, then you know that Mo Shannon was called away for an emergency having to do with her mom, and it was totally unexpected, but her mom passed away tragically that day. So one minute she's like hanging out with us here in the squad, and then next thing you know, arrangements were being made. So it was totally unexpected. And Mo Shannon has taken some time away from the chats and away from Royal Sussex and such, but she has been listening. And anyway, I'll let you take it from there.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Sean. I really enjoyed him. I just want to say thank you to everyone who sent me warm wishes, and you know, I've been listening in and as much as I can, and I just wanted to say that you guys are my family now. I mean, I don't even know a single one of you, but you're all my family, and the new ones to come. We all know how to decipher the people that are here for the right reason. And I'm happy to be a part of this platform, even though I've been gone. I'm trying to get myself together. But I love you guys so much, and you just have no idea how much better reading you guys' well wishes and prayers, and it made me feel great. And I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. And um, I'm pushing through, and I'm gonna be back. Um, and I also wanted to say something about the stuff that's going over in the UK. I think uh, what Meghan says can give us all rest, which is, let them devour themselves. Their hatred, their bigotry, their crawling behind the walls like little roaches and doing whatever. You don't know what's going on behind the walls, but you know it's a lot of mess. And I believe that's what Meghan meant when she said that, basically what she said is you give them enough rope, they'll hang themselves. They're cannibalizing themselves as we speak. and it's got more to do with them than us. So we have to just stay prayerful, keep supporting the Sussexes because, yes, allow your enemies their space to hate. They will destroy themselves in the process. That's what I meant, which is a better way of saying give them enough rope, they'll hang themselves. And they're doing a great job of that right now. So, we keep doing what we do, dispel the lies, keep pushing forward, and know that we are on the side of the Lord. We're on the good side. And no matter how much they try to muck it up, we know, don't we?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I love you guys. I miss you so much. And I'll be back soon.
Oh, thank you. You know what? And this was like a perfect way to like close it out. When I saw you, I'm just like, how perfectly timed. And I'm glad that you that you came on and spoke to everybody and everything, because people had been asking and wondering and everything like that. And so, this gives us a chance to catch up with you.
Yeah. Well, I miss you guys, and I'm gonna be back soon. I want to be my regular perky self, so I'm getting there.
Oh, thank you.
And you all have been really good.
And you just had a birthday, right?
Yes, I had a birthday.
10-4.
But my birthday is the big 10-4. If anybody wants to know, the Mo's birthday is the big 10-4.
Yeah, so if anybody wants to wish a happy birthday, go ahead. And
I couldn't get all kind of love from this.
Oh, okay.
You guys are the Sussex squad, just the best. I mean, you can't beat it. Can't beat them with a baseball bat.
Right. Yeah, I think the community for me has been a unexpected blessing,
right,
from out of nowhere. And and I just kind of feel like the community is so much stronger now, especially with all the new content creators that have come on board. That I'm glad for the expansion. I'm glad for the ability to get these messages out, not just about the Sussexes, but about the other people, within our interests. So I'm glad for that.
As am I.
And baby boomer power.
Well, I'm Gen X, so.
Yeah, so baby boomer power. This is for the baby boomers out there too.
And I'm the exceptional Gen X.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you're on the cusp of the baby boomers.
Yeah.
You're on the cusp. You're not that far removed from it, so.
Yeah.
I think we've grown up watching the same television shows.
Yeah. True.
All right. Well, okay. So that's it then. Thank you, Mo, for coming on and sharing with us. And thank you for everybody who spoke. I do have a list of everyone who donated, courtesy of Sherry Ware. Thank you so much for that. So donations for today: Elaine Parker, Chinua Obenwa, Bertha Stevens, Masa Kali, PP, and PP has a 6-month membership. MOC, thank you. Kathy G has 9 months membership. Janet Lavalley, thank you for the super sticker. And Amy Girl, I think you had a super chat, if I got that right. And thank you, Lydia, for the super chat. And thank you, Oro Estrepo, for your super sticker or super chat. Thank you all very much. So I already did the last word some time ago. And what else? Oh, yeah. So we're going to ginger venge. I am going to make myself something to eat. Oh, Lindell Scott, new membership. Thank you for that. I'm surprised I've seen it, because if I'm not on the other screen, I usually don't see it. But thank you so much. And thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Oh, you want to say it, Mo? On the count of 3? 1, 2, 3. Thank you for watching Royal Sussex. All right. Okay. So I'm going to cue Ginger Venge, and I will see you all tomorrow. please don't forget, there's that Harry with Melanie Hobson in the community tab, so you guys can go over and click on that today or tomorrow or whenever. And in the meantime, where is the Ginge Avenge? Okay, go Ginger. Why y'all still in here? Why is y'all still in here? Don't y'all know the party is over? Oh man, Gail Tapscott, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Now, why is y'all still in here? Oh man, I wanted to do my once upon a time video, and for some reason, when I'm trying to find something, I can't never find it. And I'm just like, okay, well, they ain't gonna be on here when I come back anyway. I mean, after all, we've been on for 5 hours, and I look up and all y'all still here. Oh man. So since y'all still here, well, the story goes, once upon a time. Okay, where is it? All right, there it is. Oh, wait, that ain't what I meant to do. Let me do this. Or as Barbara Walters would say, once a one a wime, once a one a wime. Okay, there we go. You know, I just picture that guy. Who was the one who did the orchestration for Star Wars? I can't remember his name, but he's like the composer or whatever. I just picture him like, waving his wand and I don't know. I feel like it's some big orchestra putting together the theme for like a Disney movie or something like that. So I love the Once Upon a Time. That is so cute. God, is that cute? Especially the part about there was a handsome virgin. Once upon a time, there was a handsome virgin who dreamed of seeing a royal wedding, and then when Harry met Meghan, all of that changed. Oh man. Well, it could happen. But I did. I dreamed of seeing a royal wedding, and then Harry met Meghan, and it all changed. Well, let's see. Where are we at with that? Okay, just 75 away from 28,000. We're just 75 subscribers away. So yeah, maybe I'm going to give it by tomorrow night. Maybe by tomorrow night. Maybe if I don't show that Once Upon a Time, that will help. Maybe that's what's messing it up. But anyway, John Williams. Thank you, MOC. I couldn't think of his name. John Williams. Yeah. See, you gotta love the baby boomers. Although I don't know if you are a baby boomer. Claire Kane, you had a video today. I didn't watch it yet, but I will. I will. Thank you so much for joining today. Yeah, I just pictured John Williams and whatever orchestra that was, and woo, the little choir doing the woo woo woo, and then of course the all of the other stuff. So yeah, that's the way I picture it. Oh man. Oh, thank you, Lydia. Well, 5 hours. This has been a record. Who saw this coming, right? But I don't know. It was just like it started getting kind of juicy, and I'm just like, oh, okay, I want to hear that. So yeah. Oh, thanks, Susie Q. And of course, it is the squad is what makes it. That's for sure. Joan Garcia, of course, coffee always helps, but unfortunately, I was having such a good time. I had that urge to run in the kitchen and grab another cup, but I fought it and I stayed. So, yeah, but I did have the urge to go and try to get some in between conversations. But anyway, I fought it, but I am going to have a cup because it is never too late for a cup of coffee as far as I'm concerned. When I have to sleep, I sleep. Okay. All right, you guys. Yes, Sean did take us to school. Yes, and it was perfect through and through. And thank you for everyone who participated. All right. I am going to go. I am going to end broadcast. Thank you so much. Love you guys. And thank you all for watching Royal Sussex. I just thought, just saw that. Ray J. Windley says, "You are great. Why don't my membership show up?" I don't know why it doesn't show up. I don't know. Oh, you mean where it says how many months you've been a member? If you were talking about that, it's very easy why I don't see it. It's because when I'm on the StreamYard, I usually don't see anybody's. It's like maybe 1 in 10 that actually shows up, if that doesn't sound crazy enough. But it's true. Maybe 1 in 10 shows up. And if you guys were watching Duchess of Success the other day, she said the same thing. She's like, I don't see it on the StreamYard. It's very rare. And so that's why. So for those of you who your memberships don't show up, it's unfortunate, but StreamYard is just, it's like a bad relationship, very some timing. So that's why I don't see it. So I usually keep 2 screens open because I have a 27-inch monitor and I keep 2 screens open, but sometimes I just don't ever see the other screen while I'm like really busy. I just catch it out the corner of my eye. So that is why those never show up. But believe me, when I do see it, I will make sure that I mention it. Okay. All right. I think we're good. We're good. And I hope that answered the question. And I am going to in broadcast, you guys, for real this time. I can't believe it's still over 700 people in here. But yeah, but you know what? That makes me feel very warm. You know what? I've been getting private messages all this time. Okay. I'm so sorry. You know what, guys? I never look at the private message. Let me see. You know what? I never look at these private messages, and I was about to go, but I don't know if these disappear when I go. But yes, you can send a private message doing sorry, not doing, but during the live stream. But you know, I never read these. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not going to read them out loud because they're private, but wow. And I do mean there's a bunch of them here. I didn't even notice these until just now. See what I mean, Ray J? Woo! I didn't even see these until just now. I'm so sorry, people that left me a message. Oh, Lord. Sorry about that. Yeah, I saw the little red thing saying I had a message, and I just happened to glance over at it. But, oh, man. Let me see. Oh, Diane Hawkins, you want to know how? I don't know. I don't know if that's, well, I'll tell you this. Let me see. Okay, so when you put that link out, the people who have accessed the link can leave you a private message. Okay, I'll just say that. And so I don't know how I would ever use this, but yeah, when that link is out to connect, that's how you get the private message. And because I rarely ever look at it, let alone, I think I've seen it one time, and that was when I had the guests on that time. And if you guys remember, I didn't know that she had tried to send me a message until halfway through the conversation. Woo! Oh, man. But yeah, I didn't realize that she had left me a message. We were already doing the show and talking and everything. And then I said, oh, I see you sent me a message. So I'm glad she wasn't trying to tell me that the world was coming to an end, because I would have totally missed it. But yeah, that's what happened. So yeah, you guys, when you're doing these lives like this, there's just so much going on when you're trying to bring up photos and look at this and look at that. That it's so easy to miss stuff. So I do apologize. But yeah, so I did get those messages, people that left me messages, but I'm only just now seeing them. Okay. Okay, some funny stuff here too. Oh man. Okay, so I don't know. I guess when I disconnect, I guess those messages go away and I'll never see them again. That's interesting. All right. Let me see. Oh, you guys, guess what I did last night? And I know you're going to say, well, what were you waiting for? I just signed. Oh, and you know what? I'm not going to tell you today because this will be another hour. Okay, I'm going to say it and then I'm going to go. I just signed up for AARP. Yes, that's right. I just signed up for AARP. I was too vain to get bifocals, and I was too vain to sign up for AARP. Now, mind you, I do have gray hair and I'm very proud of it. I'm proud of my age, whatever I'm not saying it is, but I was too vain for AARP. Well, now I have it at the cost of $12 a year. And so next time I check into a hotel or rent a car, which I never rent a car, but hotels, the cheaper the better, I can say, yes, I do have a AARP discount. So yeah, I'm so excited. I haven't been this excited since Oprah's farewell season. Oh man. Oh, cool. Well, you know what, Diane Hawkins, they have been after me since 40, and I never signed up for it. But last night I said, you know what? Seeing that you're getting closer to 60 than you are close to 50, might as well sign up for it. So I did. So, yep, I am now a proud member of the American Association of Retired People. That is what that means, right? The American Association of Retired People. Yes, so now I am a proud member of the AARP, and I want all I got coming. Does this mean that I have to start tipping like old people? You know, old people be tipping $3 and be thinking they done something. So does that mean I could save money when I tip the wait staff? Just give them like $3. Old people be thinking it's the depression. They put that 50-cent piece out there and think they really done something. Oh man. All right. Well, you know what? See, I could have had AARP for a long time, and I was just too vain to sign up for it. And they look for you everywhere. There's two people you can't outrun: AARP and the car extended warranty people. You cannot outrun them. But finally, AARP has gotten me, and so yeah, I got it now. Let me see. 18 to 35. Put return to sender on the packet. Oh man. All right. So I don't feel any different now that I'm a member of the AARP, but I don't know. I guess when I start using those discounts, I will feel more empowered than ever before. Like, for instance, I'm going to yell for people to get off my grass, even if it's not my house. Hey, get off my grass. I'm old. Get off my grass. Yes, the podcast is still live. Can you believe it? I think I may have diarrhea of the mouth or something, but yeah, we're still live. And I still have beautiful skin and nice cheekbones. So yeah, the world is okay because we're still live. I still have beautiful skin and amazing cheekbones. So yeah, everything is cool. Hey, Black Queen. Yes, I'm still here. I'm about to hang up right now because I got stuff to do. I may want to go to the stove, not to the store, but to the stove. I'm fixing to go to the stove. Let me see. Yeah, but we're about to go. Uh, that name. We're about to go. Pushing love, pushing love. Kawi. Is it Kawi? Pushing love, hugs and kisses, hugs and kisses. Yes, we're about to go. Let me see. Is that the only way to get respect? Let me see. You'll slap that AARP card like it's a platinum card. You got that right. You got that right. Oh, I'm a baller now. I got an AARP card. Yes, I got an ARP. I got an ARP card. So yeah, it's about the same as a platinum visa. Oh man. Probably, I think. Probably. Okay, let me see. What? And you went and done all that and we're still on. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? And the thing is, I mean, I could really talk for another couple of hours. I'm not gonna, but I could. I really could. And you know, I was just telling someone the reason why I make it such a big point to get people out of here when I'm done with the slides is because I don't want to monopolize the day because there's other content creators, right? And I don't want to have people on here when they could check out some of the other channels. So that's why I make a big point about leaving so that people will, go. And then if people stay for the after show or the after chat, then cool. But I don't want to monopolize the day because, I mean, you could check out another channel, you could make dinner, you could pick your kids up from school, whatever. So I don't want to monopolize the day. That's why. So when I say I'm leaving, it don't mean I'm leaving. It just means that, I don't want people to spend that much time on Royal Sussex when you could be doing something else. That's all. Let me see. Well, it's a little late for that. But yes, the $3 Chuck. I love Cabernet. Well, you know what my favorite is? Pinot Noir. I used to be a very Cabernet Sauvignon, but now I am very Pinot Noir. Pinot Grigio is just a little bit too. It tastes too much like apple cider, so I prefer the very dark tannins of a red wine with just about everything. Even when I shouldn't have red wine, I always want red. I prefer the red. Red is good. Let me see. You're right about that, Mercedes Todd. The Tax Man Cometh. Wasn't that a play, The Tax Man Cometh? Or was it Death of a Tax Man? Something like that. The Tax Man Cometh or Death of a Tax Man. Or was it The Tax Man Comes to Harlem? Something like that. It was a play or a musical or a TV or something. Let me see. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, so you were 49 years old and you got your AARP. Yeah, I mean, I used to get the notices, but I was just too vain. I was like, no bifocals for me. Those are for old people. And also, I don't want an AARP. But now I'm gonna be running around like I'm what do you call it? Like I'm Bill Gates or something. I'm just gonna throw that card out there like I got billions of dollars to save. Oh, really? The $3 Chuck Charles, what was his name? Charles something, the winemaker. He died, huh? Let me see. I love Pinot Noir as well as Cabernet. It's my favorite red wine. $2 Chuck is now $4, but still quite tasty. Yeah, it is a good quality wine for the price. I think they did a blind taste test, and one of the varieties of the $3 Chuck actually won the contest. So, oh, V. Thomas, yeah. Well, you know what? I tell you what, you stay and I will go. How about that? You stay and I will go. Okay. All right. So, oh, I ain't gonna be able to make it to the store. They're about to close. Okay, you guys, I got to go. Love you guys, and I will see ya.